Chapter 369. Mu Tianfeng bit her lips slightly and pulled Suyu away silently. That's just her personality. You don't have to take it to heart, Mu Tianfeng consoled. Suyu's expression was calm, making things difficult for others to satisfy his own sense of accomplishment. Why should I care about such a person? That's good. What do you plan to do next? Mu Tianfeng asked. The concept of the Forgotten Pavilion still remained in Suyu's mind. Find a place to comprehend for 3 days and wait for the Phoenix meet. Why not stay in the Phoenix cabinet? After comprehending it, you can directly participate in the competition. Suyu cupped his fists. Thank you, Leader Mu. Smiling sweetly, Leader Mu led Suyu to a secluded corner of the Phoenix cabinet. This was an abandoned herb garden, desolate and silent. This place is quiet. No one will come here for several months. You can rest assured and comprehend. Mu Tianfeng pursed her lips and smiled. I can only help you this much. 3 days later, it will depend on your luck. Suyu thanked her again and again. After she left, he flew up into the sky and observed his surroundings. Activating his crystalline pupils, he could see everything around him. There were indeed no signs of human habitation within 3 miles of the herb garden. Wait a minute. All of a sudden, Suyu's pupils contracted as he saw a person 5 miles away. He was dressed in a red robe and looked dignified. The Anua City Master, 2-clan Master. Suyu was shocked. The Anua City encountered a beast tide and was occupied by a powerful demonic sovereign. The Anua City, Lord fled in despair. However, why would he appear in the Phoenix cabinet? At that moment, he was sneakily leaving the Phoenix cabinet. Suyu's pupils shone with a cold light. In Anua City, he schemed and plotted, pressuring Suyu at every turn. In the end, he killed Suyu without concealing it, causing Suyu to be in danger. How could he forget this debt? Suppressing his impulse, Suyu looked in the direction in which he had left. After making sure that no one would disturb him, Suyu sat quietly in the herb garden and started to comprehend. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Suyu immersed himself in it and continued to comprehend it. That uncertain Tao became clearer and clearer, existing in his heart. It was as if he could grab it at any moment, but it was also ethereal and untraceable. A cool breeze blew past, blowing away a strand of silver hair on Suyu's forehead. 2 deep and clear eyes slowly opened, and an indescribable feeling flowed in them. It was as if those eyes were the starry sky, the vast ocean, the source that contained all things in the world. Suyu murmured softly, "In the end, I'm still a little short." After comprehending for 3 days, he seemed to have understood what the divine decree was lacking. But at the same time, he seemed to have understood nothing. I need an opportunity. He sighed softly, leaving only the medicine garden. There was no one left in the place. Only Suyu's gradually dissipating afterimage remained. Phoenix Stage. The arena where the disciples of the Phoenix Cabinet were sparring could accommodate 10,000 spectators. At this moment, the place was packed with people. All kinds of young women filled the seats. They all had different expressions as they sized up the 100 handsome young men beside the arena. These 100 people were the most outstanding people in the Northern Continent. They represented the Northern Continent's new generation of heaven's favorites and displayed their prowess on the Phoenix Stage. They expressed their love for the female disciples they admired and promised to marry them. Whether it was a blind date or a spar, it was of great significance. Mu Tianfeng maintained order, standing high in the sky and observing the situation. Leader Mu, the talents of this generation far surpass those of the previous generation. The Snow Listening Tower has the first young master Wei Qilin and second young master Zhou Nianchen. The 100 Territories Alliance has Sword Demon Zhongwan and Peach Blossom Rain Jiang Mufei. The Empire of Darkness has Palace Master Shin Kong, Palace Master Luli, and Palace Master Inu. They are all dragons and phoenixes that are hard to come by in decades. Beside her, there was a woman with a smile on her face, especially Palace Master Shin Kong. He is an undefeatable legend in the northern continent. The female disciple's eyes glowed. Mu Tianfang scanned the crowd. At this moment, a silver-haired figure walked into the arena alone, her eyes lighting up. It is said that Palace Master Shin Kong only uses one move. No matter how strong or weak he is, he defeats his opponent with one move. Mu Tianfang's expression as she stared at Su Yu suddenly tensed. As the disciple of the cabinet master, she knew the inside story of the battle 6 days ago. The two palace masters of the Empire of Darkness and the two great sons of the Snow Listening Tower. Shin Kong's battle had shocked the world. It was not without reason that the Phoenix cabinet master betrothed Feng Xian on the spot. This Shin Kong was too frightening. Inu, it will depend on your luck. Mu Tianfang sighed, her eyes filled with sympathy. Su Yu arrived. With his silver hair and silver face, he was especially eye-catching. Is that Palace Master Inu? The legendary genius of the northern continent? He is really a dragon among men. He's a genius, handsome, and has an extraordinary bearing. At this moment, a cold wind swept past, whistling through the clouds. Ah, look, it's the blue illusion eagle. Luli has arrived. Among the female disciples there was an excited shriek. Their attention quickly shifted from Su Yu to the sky, to the cold Luli on the blue illusion eagle. A young lady's face was flushed, her eyes filled with admiration. Luli! I can actually see Luli with my own eyes. Even though Su Yu is a genius, he cannot catch up to Li's footsteps. Even a genius would be in vain, a slightly older lady muttered as she looked at Luli. Luli let go of the blue illusion eagle, stepping on the air and landing beside the arena. His elegant figure once again incited a series of screams. Under the gazes of countless women, he stood silently below the arena, not far from Su Yu. However, the focus of the two could not be compared to each other. Are you jealous? Jiang Mufei suddenly moved her head over, revealing a cute and crafty smile. Su Yu smiled, silently shaking his head. Mufei, don't be rude. Zhong Wan walked over with a smile. Yu became famous too late. Such a comparison is unfair to him. If Yu had been born a year earlier, with him around, Li would not be known. The three of them looked at each other and smiled. Humph, shameless words. How can he be compared to Li? A familiar voice floated past Su Yu's ears. Su Yu turned his head to look. The person speaking was none other than Phoenix Lady Yuling. She had an oval face, her eyes filled with arrogance as she sneered at Zhong Wan. Zhong Wan was not concerned. Different people have different views. Phoenix Lady Yuling, why do you care? I am only reminding you to watch your words. There are many admirers of Li in the Phoenix cabinet. I do not wish for chaos to arise because of your slip of the tongue. Upon closer inspection, he realized that there were indeed a few female disciples of the Phoenix cabinet with unfriendly expressions. Zhong Wan's words belittling Li had displeased the admirers. Thank you, Phoenix Lady Yuling, for the reminder. My apologies. Zhong Wan smiled as usual. Yuling let out a light grunt, turning to leave. When she passed Su Yu, her eyes were filled with disgust. Why is it always you? Don't give me trouble? After saying this, she strode forward. Wait, Su Yu called out to her, his expression displeased. What is the meaning of your strange warning? Have I broken any of the rules of the Phoenix cabinet? Yuling stopped in her tracks, turning back with disdain. You did not break any rules, it was me. As the Phoenix Lady, I am responsible for the safety of the cabinet. Warning you is part of my job. Su Yu laughed and shook his head. This is a patrol envoy, a matter under Leader Mu's jurisdiction. Is there a need for a Phoenix Lady like you to interfere? Why are the other Phoenix Ladies not taking action? but you are the one causing trouble. If you have the time, why don't you cultivate in peace? Su Yu could not understand this strange woman. Yu Ling turned back with a cold expression. Whether I care or not is not up to an outsider like you to interfere. If you have the energy, prepare for a spar. Yu Ling used Su Yu's words to mock him, taking a step to leave. However, she suddenly added, also, you had better pray that you do not meet me. I can tell you clearly that I loathe you. After saying this, she walked through the crowd arrogantly. Su Yu froze. She's going to the arena? Why? Is she afraid that she won't be able to marry, so she is personally fighting for a man? Uft. Jiang Mufei covered her mouth and laughed. How is that possible? Yu Ling has many admirers, second only to Feng Xian. Why would she need to fight for a man? This is the rule of the Phoenix Cabinet. To prevent youths from passing themselves off as real, the Phoenix Cabinet will send a female disciple to test everyone's abilities. So that was the reason. Su Yu looked at Yu Ling's back, displeased. Same for you. You had better not meet me. At that moment, the restless crowd suddenly quietened. Roar, a low and loud roar, like a sudden clap of thunder. Su Yu's body trembled. He turned back to look, his eyes narrowing. At the entrance, a big white tiger was slowly walking in. It walked with its head held high, arrogant and reckless. A pair of intelligent eyes filled with the arrogance of a human. It raised its head high as it walked into the Phoenix stage. Su Yu stared at the bright, lightning mark on the white tiger's forehead. It's him, the immortal grade white tiger that guarded the ice and fire plants in the ancient Xianyin Temple. Su Yu recognized it immediately. That day at the ancient Xianyin Temple, this white tiger had nearly forced Su Yu to his death. At that time, Su Yu was only at the Holy King realm, but the white tiger was at the Dragon realm. If not for the little fire phoenix, Su Yu would not have survived. Su Yu's gaze turned, looking at the short-haired youth sitting on the back of the white tiger. His gaze was cold, filled with ferocity. A knife scar ran across half of his face. His upper body was bare, and the image of bullying was carved on it. The image was vivid and lifelike. A man and a tiger in the silence walked into the arena with a wild and arrogant attitude. After a long time, whispers could be heard from the crowd. The first son of the Snow Listening Tower, Wei Qilin. It is rumored that his abilities are among the top 3 of his generation in the North Continent. He is a true genius. Wei Qilin. Was it him? Su Yu sized him up. He did not know why, but this person gave him a dangerous feeling. Is everyone here? Leader Mu raised her voice to ask. We're still missing one person. A hoarse voice reverberated throughout the arena. Leader Mu looked over, her face filled with respect. Mr. Wei, Mr. Zhou, why are you not here yet? I am not talking about this piece of trash. Unexpectedly, Wei Qilin was extremely cold. The person he was talking about was not Zhou Nianqin, who had yet to appear. Leader Mu was slightly nervous. May I ask who Mr. Wei is talking about? Wei Qilin stood up from the back of the white tiger, his ferocity shocking the heavens. His cold eyes shot toward the horizon. My only opponent. Shin Kong. It was him. No one would forget him. The #1 fighter of the North Continent, the king of geniuses. A faint and abrupt laugh reverberated throughout the arena. There were tens of thousands of people present, but no one could detect the source of the voice. I have been here for a long time. Up in the sky, among the clouds, a snow-white bridal sedan gently descended like a falling leaf. A pure and holy aura permeated the surroundings, intoxicating everyone. The bridal sedan was like the purest thing in the world, calming everyone. A single-horned white horse followed the bridal sedan, happily galloping among the clouds. Ah, it's Feng Xian's snow-cloud celestial sedan, and her mount, the single-horned horse. Pure and holy aura, Feng Xian Sienna? Suyu lifted his head abruptly, his eyes piercing through the clouds, shooting straight toward the snow-cloud celestial sedan, as if he wanted to see through it. His heart was thumping, unable to suppress his anticipation. Was Sienna inside? Creak! The snow-cloud celestial sedan landed in the arena, and an extremely handsome young man stepped out from within. His aura was noble, his expression tranquil. Most importantly, his abilities were deep and unfathomable. None of the geniuses present could see what level he was at. Palace Master Shinkong, the true king of geniuses, the most dazzling genius of the North Continent. His appearance, aura, and abilities were all shocking. He was so perfect that he did not look like a mortal, but like a god. The breathing of the entire arena could be heard. Everyone was shocked, excited, and looked up to him. He was the legend of the North Continent, the figure that all the geniuses of the North Continent chased after. He was the strongest genius that the North Continent could not surpass. He was the king. Chapter 370. Shinkong smiled as he looked around. His grace was exceptional, and his appearance was imposing. All of a sudden, his gaze drifted over to Suyu, and he smiled calmly. "Who are you here for?" The empty venue was dead silent. The crowd followed Shinkong's gaze and examined Suyu. Bearing the glare of tens of thousands of gazes, Suyu remained calm. He was neither servile nor overbearing. He looked straight at the snow-cloud celestial sedan chair. His gaze was gentle, and his words were short and firm. "I came for Sienna, and only for her alone. Thousands of miles, mountains, and rivers. All he wanted was to see Sienna. That was all." The pupils of the crowd constricted slightly. 6 days ago, during the blind date, Shinkong and Fengxian had already been betrothed to each other for life. With the Phoenix Cabinet's master making the decision, there was no longer any suspense. Now, Shinkong was merely going through the motions. Fengxian was a subordinate of Shinkong. The fact that he walked out of Fengxian's personal snow cloud celestial sedan chair had already explained everything. It was even to the extent that this wasn't done intentionally by Fengxian. She used this method to tell the world that she would not marry anyone other than Shinkong. Suyu had revealed his true intentions in front of everyone, competing with Shinkong. Everyone was shocked. Is he crazy? He actually fought with Shinkong over a woman. A female disciple widened her eyes in disbelief. He is only seeking his own humiliation. In the previous Phoenix meet, there has never been a lack of people who are blinded by their own folly. The old female disciple calmly shook her head. Is that so? I feel that the courage to challenge Shinkong in front of so many people is enough to suppress all the geniuses present. Palace Master Shinkong smiled faintly and said nonchalantly, "Change to another one. She is not suitable for you." It looked like a suggestion with a smile, but there was no hint of a suggestion in his words. Instead, it sounded like an order. He had forcefully taken Suyu's fiancée, but had ordered Suyu not to take her back? Suyu's expression was as calm as an autumn lake. "Sien is my woman." It was only one sentence, but it was domineering, resolute, and sharp. That unrivaled aura, that nonchalant calmness, that arrogance that looked down on Shinkong deeply shook everyone's heart. In this world, there was actually someone who wanted to go against Shinkong. Pointless persistence. Shinkong laughed and shook his head. He lifted his foot and brushed past Suyu. Suyu's figure couldn't be seen in his gentle eyes, nor could he see anyone else. He could only see the sky and the earth. That was arrogance. The only thing that could restrain him was the heavens and earth. The short collision caused the atmosphere to become much more solemn. Actually, Inu is also a dragon among men. His looks and talent are not inferior to Shinkong. It's a pity that I was born a few years later. I would never be able to catch up to Shinkong in this lifetime. Some of the female disciples were moved by Suyu and felt pity for him. At this point, All the young elites of the northern continent had arrived. Once the Phoenix Cabinet's master appeared, all the outstanding youths would be able to choose the female disciple they liked. If there was a disagreement, the victor would be decided by force. The one with the better aptitude would be able to win the beauty. Chirp! Suddenly, an elegant cry of a phoenix resounded in the sky. The four-colored divine light shone from the depths of the Phoenix Cabinet, illuminating the world. Everyone turned to look at him. Welcome, Pavilion Master. Following this, over 10,000 female disciples knelt down and kowtowed. 10,000 people bowed in unison, their momentum shocking the heavens, the scene magnificent. The young elites also showed respect on their faces, because that divine light was the supreme representative of the Phoenix Cabinet. It was the most dazzling divine light in the North Continent. It represented a person, a peerless expert with peerless elegance, the Phoenix Cabinet's master. Suddenly, the four-colored divine light shone brightly. From the depths of the Phoenix Cabinet, a four-colored ball of light slowly rose. The light shone in all directions, overshadowing the light of the sun and the moon. It was as if it was the only one in the world. The glaring divine light was difficult to look at. Su Yu narrowed his eyes and revolved his crystalline pupils to barely see through the divine light. That was a dignified and beautiful middle-aged woman. Even though she was over 40 years old, her skin was fair and smooth, her figure tight. If not for the vicissitudes in her eyes that did not lose to the young woman, it would have been impossible to connect the dignified and beautiful woman in front of him to a woman. She wore a four-colored brocade robe, luxurious yet simple, noble yet elegant. Her every movement was dignified and elegant, calm and magnanimous. The moment Su Yu saw her, he felt his heart move. What an unrivaled beauty! She was not as beautiful as Xia Jingyu, not as youthful and beautiful as Xiener, but her dignified and elegant demeanor was rare in the world. Whoosh! The divine light dispersed, leaving only an afterimage. The world regained its clarity. The Phoenix Cabinet's master disappeared, but her voice could be heard from the viewing platform. There are some changes to the rules this year. Everyone, please calm down. So fast. There was no one who wouldn't be shocked. Su Yu had not even sensed the slightest bit of her aura before she had teleported to the viewing platform. So powerful. Su Yu was secretly shocked. Changes? The geniuses were shocked. We will obey the cabinet master's arrangements. They had come for a matchmaking session. So how would they dare to slight the cabinet master? Then prepare for battle. The first stage is the elimination round. Among the 100 of you, only the top 100 will have the chance to choose the woman you like. Once you have chosen, you cannot change it. The Phoenix Cabinet's master's voice was gentle, like a spring breeze. All the geniuses were eager to try. This was a battle between the North Continent's geniuses. Even if they did not choose a woman, they would fight with all their might and become famous in the continent. Tianfeng, I'll leave it to you, the Phoenix Cabinet's master ordered. Yes, master. Mu Tianfeng respectfully did as she was told, taking out 150 jade butterflies with colorful phoenixes and numbers carved on them. They were given to every genius present, a total of 150 butterflies. Su Yu's number was 150. 10 people to a group, the Phoenix Cabinet's master said. Those who win 2 matches will enter the top 100. The higher your rank is, the more priority you will have in choosing the woman you like. In other words, if they won all the matches in the group stages, they would be able to enter the top 15 and choose the woman they liked. But what if there was more than one person in the top 15? Who would go first? The groups have begun. First group, get ready, Mu Tianfeng instructed. Su Yu looked over and saw that Zhongwan was in the first group. Sword Demon Zhongwan, where was his sword? The 100 Territories Alliance was desolate, and it was difficult for Zhongwan's name to be known in the North Continent. Outsiders had no way of knowing his exact abilities or areas of expertise. They only knew that he was called the Sword Demon, but he never carried a sword with him. Su Yu watched the matches silently, filled with anticipation. The first match, 100 Territories Alliances, Zhong Wan versus 100 Territories, Haran Factions, Lu Kang. Lu Kang, Immortal Realm Level 2. Zhong Wan went up the stage, his expression warm. He looked Lu Kang up and down, nodding his head in approval. I have heard of your name. Outside of the Xintian Manor, you are the strongest genius of the 100 Territories Alliance. The Xintian Manor accepted all the geniuses of the 100 Territories Alliance, but there were few geniuses who were unwilling to enter for various reasons. Lu Kang was one of them. Lu Kang had a respectful expression, overwhelmed by the favor. Mr. Zhongwan, you flatter me. In the 100 Territories Alliance, Sword Demon Zhongwan was a legend that all geniuses looked up to. Now that he was battling him, he felt the same way. It is rare for me to meet you. Let me try. Zhongwan smiled. Lu Kang was excited. I have offended Mr. Zhongwan. Please have mercy. Zhongwan stood with his hands behind his back, as if he was looking at a junior, his attitude humble. Go ahead. This is a spar. There is no need to hold back. Taking a light breath, Lu Kang attacked. Great Monument Palm. With a grunt, Lu Kang unleashed an immortal level technique, Stage 1 Upper Class. Its power was not weak. Zhong Wan stood at his original position with his hands behind his back, not retaliating. Pooh! A palm landed on Zhong Wan's body. The powerful palm created a powerful energy wave, lifting up a cloud of dust. But Zhong Wan did not move an inch. Even his hair and clothes remained the same. It was as if Lu Kang had struck a stone man. The geniuses were secretly shocked. Even an Immortal Realm Level 4 would not feel good after being struck by an Immortal Realm Level 2 without any defense. What was going on with Zhong Wan? He was not affected in the slightest. Looking closely, the crowd realized that the surface of Zhong Wan's body was surrounded by a transparent air current. Lu Kang's attack was negated by the air current. It's spirit energy protecting the body, someone recognized. As expected of an Immortal Realm Level 4. Just his spirit energy alone is enough to suppress Zhong Wan. Su Yu observed, his expression turning serious. Sword Demon Zhong Wan, what frightening spirit energy. In the eyes of an outsider, Zhong Wan was only releasing Immortal Realm Level 4 spirit energy. But Su Yu could clearly sense it. That was only a portion of Zhong Wan's spirit energy. There was an even more frightening spirit energy in his body. The portion that was revealed was not even a third of what was hidden. Such dense spirit energy was unnatural for an Immortal Realm Level 4 lower tier. To think that the seemingly gentle Zhong Wan had hidden so much. Your technique is powerful, but you are not proficient in using it. You can only unleash 80% of its power. You will improve with more practice, Zhong Wan commented. Lu Kang was excited, bowing respectfully. I will remember Mr. Zhong Wan's pointers. Then I will send you down. Zhong Wan waved his sleeves. A strange scene ensued. Zhong Wan was unarmed, but he released a bolt of sword energy, sending Lu Kang down the stage. Where was his sword? There was no suspense in the following battles. Zhong Wan only used one move. He released a bolt of sword energy with a wave of his hand, sending his opponent down the stage. No matter if it was an Immortal Realm Level 2 or Immortal Realm Level 3, there were no exceptions. He defeated all of his opponents with one move. There was an insurmountable gap between Immortal Realm Level 4 and Immortal Realm Level 3. The difference was too great. First group, Zhong Wan wins all. Second group, get ready. So on and so forth, the competition proceeded in an orderly manner. The battles between Immortal Realm Level 3s were exciting and entertaining. The screams of female disciples could be heard from time to time, But every time they met in Immortal Realm Level 4, it would end quickly, just like the first group. There was no suspense in the overwhelming battles. Su Yu also paid close attention to every Immortal Realm Level 4 fighter, but it was a pity that they only used one move to defeat their opponents. Shin Kong, Wei Qilin, and Lu Li were all the same, especially Shin Kong. He did not even attack, because no one was willing to fight him. Those who went up the stage all admitted defeat. Shin Kong was invincible. Who could fight him? Last group. It was Su Yu's group's turn. First group, Su Yu of the Empire of Darkness versus Li Shanming of the Snow Listening Tower. Li Shanming was 20 years old, Immortal Realm Level 3. In terms of cultivation level, he was on par with the fourth son, Zhang Shui, but his abilities were slightly weaker. Whoosh! Su Yu and Li Shanming flew onto the stage. Do we still need to fight? Su Yu stood calmly with his hands behind his back. In terms of cultivation level, Su Yu could crush him. Why not? Do you think you are Shin Kong? That you can make me retreat without fighting? Li Shanming took out a weapon from his back. It was a bow and arrow. Chapter 371. Su Yu did not take out his bow. Instead, he flicked his finger. A speck of purple starlight, surrounded by lightning arcs, flashed over. Li Shanming didn't even have time to react. He was still holding his bow when the lightning struck his chest and sent him flying out of the arena. There was a scorch mark on his chest. Li Shanming felt a fishy taste in his throat and a sharp pain in his chest. He was defeated in one move. No, to be precise, he didn't even have the strength to fight back. It was rumored that Inu had relied on his bow and arrows to fight evenly with an Immortal Realm Level 4. However, why could he defeat his opponent with one move like an Immortal Realm Level 4? Su Yu walked down the stage indifferently. When he passed by Li Shanming, he shook his head indifferently. It seems like you do not have the ability to make me shoot an arrow. Li Shanming's refusal to accept it was just asking to be humiliated. For a moment, the entire place was filled with clamor. Only an Immortal Realm Level 4 could defeat the enemy with one move, and it happened to Su Yu. He seems to be even more powerful than the rumors say. Such thoughts could be found everywhere. The Phoenix Cabinet's master wore a dignified and elegant face, revealing a smile of approval. Her beautiful eyes, which had always been calm, flickered with a ray of light. The first stage of the Immortal Level technique is complete, and I am only a step away from the second stage. He's only 17 years old, yet he has such terrifying comprehension and talent. Captain Mu, who was standing respectfully on the side, smiled in relief. The Phoenix Cabinet's master, who rarely praised others, actually used the word scary twice in a row. In the following battle, Su Yu only had one move left. His 9 fingers of imaginary thunder, which had been cultivated to the first level, was only a sliver away from the second level. The elimination round has ended. 5 strong contestants with 10 consecutive victories have emerged. These words were personally announced by the Phoenix Cabinet's master. The 5 of you have the right to choose the female disciple that you like. According to the abilities that you have displayed just now, the ranking is as follows. Shin Kong first, Inu second, Wei Qilin third, Zhongwan fourth, and Lu Li fifth. The choice would be decided by the Phoenix Cabinet Master herself. If there are no objections, you may begin your selection. Wait! Suddenly a voice rang out. It was Lu Li. Her cold face was filled with dissatisfaction. I have no objections to Shin Kong being first. Inu is just a nobody. How can he be ahead of me? As for Zhongwan, his strength is average. What right does he have to be in front of me? 5 people with 10 consecutive victories. But he who was so famous was ranked behind Su Yu and Zhongwan. Liu Li found it hard to accept such an unimaginable arrangement. This was especially so for Inu. Not only was he ahead of him, he was even in second place. Such an arrangement was simply absurd. Lu Li did not understand. Mu Tianfeng did not understand. Zhongwan did not understand. Wei Qilin did not understand. Even Shen Kong frowned. No one could understand why the Phoenix Cabinet's master would make such an arrangement. What was going on? Su Yu's performance just now conformed to the norm, barely displaying the battle power of an immortal realm level 4. Not to mention Wei Qilin. He was far inferior to Lu Li. However, the strange thing was that Su Yu was ranked second. Because they are stronger than you, that's all, the Phoenix Cabinet's master said calmly. Lu Li glared at Su Yu, unable to bear such a situation. Su Yu, whom he had always looked down upon, had actually stepped on his head at such an important occasion. To him, this was a humiliation that could not be erased. In his heart, there was only one person who was stronger than him, Shen Kong. As for the others, he didn't care about them at all. Me. No, Lu Li shouted coldly. Why is he stronger than me? Lu Li rebutted the Phoenix Cabinet's master. Whether a person is strong or weak depends on a fight, not the evaluation of outsiders. These words caused Su Yu's lips to form a mocking smile. You have never fought with me, but you say that you are stronger than me. Didn't you rely on your mouth? Why are you emphasizing that strength needs to be proven through a fight? Lu Li gave a disdainful grunt. That is because you do not understand my level. You are not worthy of me fighting you. To this, Su Yu smiled indifferently. Put away your pointless vanity. From the start, you have only felt good about yourself, thinking that I am weaker than you. Lu Li's nostrils flared, ignoring Su Yu's words and looking toward the Phoenix Cabinet's master. He meant that the Phoenix Cabinet's master could do as she saw fit. The Phoenix Cabinet's master had a calm expression, not showing her emotions. You are weaker than him. There is no point in being unconvinced. Start choosing the female disciple you like. Wait. This time, the person who spoke was Su Yu. Inu, what do you want? The Phoenix Cabinet's master looked over. Su Yu calmly said, Cabinet's master, why don't you grant him his wish? Those who are unconvinced can only be convinced by fists. He and Lu Li had long since had a fight, but there had never been a chance. Lu Li thought highly of himself and had not wanted to fight. He was only willing to fight Su Yu now that he was forced. What a joke! Convince me? Who do you think you are? Lu Li's tone was agitated. The Phoenix Cabinet's master muttered to herself for a moment, then shook her head. There is no need for the two of you to fight. The Phoenix Cabinet's master clapped her hands. Whoosh! A cold face appeared in front of the Phoenix Cabinet's master. Phoenix Lady Yuling. She will fight the two of you separately to test the level of your abilities, the Phoenix Cabinet's master said. It will be clear who is stronger and who is weaker during the fight. This is to prevent the two of you from being injured before the final fight begins. There was still another round of competition. If the two of them were injured because of this interlude, it would affect the subsequent fights. Phoenix Lady Yuling looked at Su Yu coldly, revealing a meaningful expression. Lu Li was silent for a moment before she reluctantly nodded. That's barely enough. However, Su Yu resolutely shook his head. I don't agree. The Phoenix Cabinet's master frowned slightly. Why? Are you worried that Yuling is too strong and is not suitable to fight? No. Su Yu shook his head. Then what do you mean? The Phoenix Cabinet's master was confused. Su Yu chuckled. I just wanted to say that challenging them separately is a waste of time. The Phoenix Cabinet's master could not help but be astonished. Could it be that you wished to challenge Yuling together with Lu Li? After thinking for a moment, the Phoenix Cabinet's master nodded slightly. This is not impossible. If the two of you fight against one person at the same time, you will be able to see who is stronger. But the Phoenix Cabinet's master looked at Yuling. If the two of you join hands, she will not be a match for you. When the two of you attack, you must be careful. Lu Li snorted indifferently. It doesn't matter which form it is, as long as we can compete with him. Yu Ling's eyebrows twitched. She was angry in her heart. 2 against 1. She had no chance of winning at all. Moreover, the possibility of her getting injured was extremely high. Teaming up to bully others is indeed your forte. Yu Ling snorted in disgust. She was still brooding over what had happened outside the Forgotten Pavilion 3 days ago. But against a despicable person like you, I am not afraid of you. Let's fight. The Phoenix Cabinet's master said. Yu, do you still have any objections? Yes. Su Yu was resolute. The Phoenix Cabinet's master was a little displeased. What else do you want? Su Yu lifted his head, his gaze gradually turning cold. Phoenix Cabinet's master, you have misunderstood me. I am not asking for you to join hands to fight Yu Ling. My request is for me to fight the 2 of them alone to save time. 1 person against 2. Chapter 372. The crowd burst into an uproar. Even the Phoenix Cabinet's master was slightly astonished. 1 against 2? Although Su Yu's abilities were not bad, Lu Li and Yu Ling were not ordinary people. A silly joke. On Yu Ling's cold and beautiful face, other than the deeper disdain, there was no change in her expression. In her heart, it was indeed a joke. Ha ha ha! Lu Li laughed heartily. Her laughter shook the entire place and shook everyone's soul. That was not a sneer, nor was it a sneer of ridicule. It was a sneer of extreme anger. After laughing for a long time, Lu Li gradually stopped, but her shoulders were still trembling, and a hoarse and fierce voice came out from her throat. 1 against 2, hee hee hee. 1 against 2. Suddenly, Lu Li looked toward Su Yu, like a wild beast, his eyes filled with a ferocious glow. Do you still have me in your eyes? To him, this was an extreme humiliation. Even if it was Shen Kong, he might not necessarily be able to fight 1 against 2. When the roar entered their ears, everyone was secretly shocked. It seemed that Liu Li was completely enraged. For a time, many people felt the same way. 1 against 2. What kind of contempt was that? This was especially so in front of the eyes of all the peak geniuses of the northern continent. This was an utter humiliation. Many of them looked at Su Yu with displeasure in their eyes. An arrogant person would never be able to win the hearts of others. However, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Su Yu's expression did not change, and he calmly replied, Why do I need you in my eyes? From the beginning to the end, you only know how to step on me to show off. You've never done anything worthy of my respect. After saying this, Su Yu turned his head and looked at the Phoenix Cabinet's master. I do not mind them attacking me with all their might, and I do not feel that their alliance is a despicable act, because I am more than enough to deal with them. Yu Ling's expression darkened slightly. Don't be too arrogant. Just now, Yu Ling had looked down on Su Yu, saying that he was a despicable person who wanted to join hands to fight her. At this moment, in comparison, Yu Ling was at a disadvantage. The Phoenix Cabinet's master looked Su Yu up and down. After thinking for some time, she nodded her head. Sure. After getting their permission, Su Yu turned around and looked at the 2 of them with his hands clasped behind his back. He then said calmly, Let's go. Let's go together. Liu Li was furious. Get lost. I can deal with you alone. How could he tolerate such humiliation? Palace, Master Glaze, why don't you let me go first? As the Phoenix woman, who is here to test your strength, the arrogant ones should naturally be dealt with by me first, Yu Ling said calmly. Lu Li pondered for a moment, then cupped her fists and snorted. Then I'll have to trouble Phoenix, Maiden Yu Ling. Do your best. You don't have to give me anything. Before he could finish his sentence, he was interrupted by Su Yu. I don't have to give you face, do I? What face do you have? If you can't fight, then just stand to the side and shut your mouth. I'll deal with you later. He wasn't the slightest bit courteous towards Liu Li. Lu Li wanted to retort, but she heard the Phoenix Cabinet's master say, The 2 of you will decide on your battle tactics. The duel will begin now. Chila! Around Yu Ling's body, 3 zhang long tongues of flame shot out. The scalding flames burned fiercely. The temperature of the surrounding air rapidly increased by several times. Looking from afar, the flames lingering around his body condensed into the vague outline of a phoenix. The cry of a phoenix could be heard in the depths of the flames. Phoenix body. The ladies of the Phoenix Cabinet all had one thing in common. They had the bloodline of the divine phoenix. It was just that, more or less. For example, Xian had the extremely rare phoenix of death bloodline. Without a doubt, Yu Ling had the bloodline of the fire phoenix. A person who does not know the immensity of heaven and earth will only come to his senses after facing the cruel reality. Yu Ling looked at him with disdain. This move is my gift to you. Phoenix dances in the 9 heavens. With a shout, the fire phoenix transformed into a 10-zhang-long phoenix, pouncing toward Suyu. 1/10 of the arena was enveloped. The shocking waves quickly heated up the arena. Suyu's feet felt hot. His body felt a stinging pain. A move that used the power of the bloodline was more powerful than Zhou Nianqin's devouring vortex. Taking a light breath, Suyu advanced instead of retreating. Thunder Starfinger. But unexpectedly, he did not use the legendary divine artifact. Instead, he used Thunder Starfinger, which was only at level 1 of the Immortal Realm. This move was more than enough to deal with Immortal Realm level 3s, but it was far from enough to deal with Immortal Realm level 4s. Creak! Lightning arcs flew, colliding with the Fire Phoenix. The lightning was extinguished by the Fire Phoenix on the spot. The unparalleled flames engulfed Suyu. Suyu could not withstand a single blow. Yu Ling froze. It was easier than she had imagined. She could not help but sneer. You dare to be arrogant with just this bit of ability. However, her voice came to an abrupt halt as her pupils gradually contracted. The Fire Phoenix was raging. But Suyu's figure stood on the arena, unharmed. It was as if the flames did not harm him in the slightest. When she looked over, she saw a snow-white, cold air circulating around Suyu's body from his chest. It was unknown what kind of heaven-defying cold energy it was, but the flames of an Immortal Realm level 4 could not get close to him. In fact, the cold energy did not care about the flames in front of him. That was the only remaining ice herb of the ice and fire herbs. The fire herb could be exchanged for the mountain river dragon bow. You kept the ice herb for himself. That was a heaven-defying divine herb that could be exchanged for a legendary level technique. Back then, just a strand of its hair was enough to make Suyu feel uncomfortable. Now, it was more than enough to deal with the power of the flames, easily blocking the Fire Phoenix. Suyu acted as if there was no one around him. He used Thunder Starfinger to clash with the Fire Phoenix. With 1 strike, the Thunder Starfinger was destroyed. With 2 strikes, it was destroyed again. With 3 strikes, it was still the same. In front of the Fire Phoenix, the power of the Thunder Starfinger could not compare. But Suyu did not know fatigue. He used it again and again, giving it his all every time. In his mind, the enlightenment became deeper and deeper. The bottleneck that was just a step away from breaking through became weaker and weaker, using me to train his technique. Yu Ling regained her senses, furious. During the sparring, he had ignored her and used her to break through. Simply humiliating. Trying to use me? Yu Ling let out a cold grunt, her 5 fingers grabbing the air. Phoenix sacrifice. Creak! The raging flames that enveloped Suyu suddenly exploded, turning into fireballs the size of a palm. Each fireball contained extremely powerful flames compressed within it. Thump! Suddenly, the closest fireball exploded, forcing Suyu back. Even though the power of the flames was swallowed by the cold energy, the violent impact from the explosion forced Suyu back 100 meters. His body shook violently at once, a faint metallic taste in his mouth. But Suyu had no time to care about his injuries. his face filled with joy. He was about to break through. Just a little more, and he could break through to stage 2 of 9 fingers of imaginary thunder. 1,000 thunder finger. He had waited for this day for too long. Finally, he was about to break through. He only needed to calm his heart and comprehend for a moment. Yu Ling hesitated, looking at the Phoenix Cabinet's master. She retracted her 5 claws, quietly waiting for Suyu to complete his final breakthrough. A transformation from stage 1 of an immortal spirit to stage 2. The opportunity for a martial artist to break through was extremely rare, especially at the level of an immortal spirit. It could only be chanced upon, and it was equivalent to a turning point in one's life. Stopping someone from breaking through was no different from cutting off their future, and they would definitely be hated. It was just a sparring session, and with the Phoenix Cabinet's master overseeing things, how would she dare act rashly? Su Yu's expression became more and more gratified. The final bottleneck had finally begun to crumble. Rumble, rumble! At that moment, dark clouds gathered, thunder roaring from all directions. Chapter 373. Within a radius of 100 miles, lightning dragons roared furiously, and all sorts of lightning bolts rose and fell, illuminating the world. This part of the world was dazzling and colorful, as if it was a dreamy world. Only the deafening roar of the thunder shook the land, causing all spirits to fly and demons to flee. The shocking aura caused everyone present to turn their heads. Stage 2 of an immortal level technique has such a phenomenon. The crowd was shocked, their ears filled with awe as they listened to the roar of the thunder. At this moment, tens of thousands of lightning bolts were madly gathering toward Suyu. He would soon successfully break through and completely control the 1,000 Thunderfinger. Collect! Suyu pointed toward the sky. At that moment, the dark clouds within a 100-mile radius revolved with Suyu's fingertip as the center. It formed a tornado. Within the giant vortex were thousands of bolts of lightning gradually gathering. Following the vortex, the lightning entered Suyu's body through his finger. He has reached the most crucial step, collecting the lightning of heaven and earth for his own use. The Phoenix Cabinet's master's eyes were filled with praise. Collecting 1,000 bolts of lightning and storing them within his body will allow him to unleash the power of 1,000 bolts of lightning in the future. Leader Mu's eyes were filled with shock. She muttered, "A lightning-based immortal level technique is indeed overbearing." She had also cultivated an immortal level technique to stage 2 lower class, but in comparison, her momentum was incomparable to Su Yu's. But, Master, what if he does not absorb enough lightning? Leader Mu asked curiously. The Phoenix Cabinet's master's gaze turned serious. The consequences will be severe. The amount of lightning he absorbs now represents the power of his stage 2 immortal level technique. If he cannot absorb all the lightning he summons, the power of his immortal level technique will be greatly reduced. All his previous efforts would be wasted, and he would have to choose a new immortal level technique to cultivate. Leader Mu was shocked. I hope he can break through safely. This concerns his future. In the air, Su Yu's eyes were filled with excitement, his chest filled with indescribable joy. It had not been easy for him to come today. Feeling the bolts of lightning enter his body, the powerful lightning that made him tremble gave him a long-awaited surprise. The top-class Thunder Starfinger could form 9 lightning dragons. The 1,000 Thunderfinger could form 1,000 lightning dragons. Its might was so terrifying that it was beyond compare. Suppressing his excitement, Su Yu absorbed the lightning with all his might, enjoying the late breakthrough. 1, 2, 3, 10. Su Yu was filled with excitement. This was a moment that belonged to him, a moment that was watched by tens of thousands of people. This was the moment that the geniuses of the northern continent saw him break through to the second true spirit layer. Chirp, however, at the critical moment of Su Yu's breakthrough. A deafening shriek came from the sky. A blue residual shadow pierced through the void and flew towards Suyu at an incredible speed. His aura was ferocious, his temperament wild, and most importantly, his speed was too fast. Evil bird, stop! Mu Tianfang only had time to cry out. Seeing this, Zhongwan's expression changed drastically. Su Yu was at the most crucial moment, so how could he have the leisure to deal with this bird? Once his breakthrough was interrupted, Su Yu's lightning-based cultivation technique would be considered wasted, and all his efforts would go to waste. The blue bird was too sinister. However, the blue bird was too fast, so fast that Zhongwan felt despair. He couldn't save them in time. Su Yu, who was fully focused, was about to be hit by the blue bird. Right at that moment, Su Yu, who was fully focused on his breakthrough, suddenly opened his eyes. His eyes were filled with cold laughter. I knew this would happen. Shwa! Su Yu pointed to the sky with one hand and continued to absorb the lightning of the world. His other hand took out the mountain river dragon bow. It's here. His strongest trump card was a mid-grade divine artifact. Zhou Nianchen was defeated by a divine artifact. The crowd exclaimed, but Su Yu only had one hand. How could he shoot an arrow? Creak! A dumbfounding scene appeared. Su Yu held the bow with his right hand, lowering his head. He opened his mouth, using his teeth to bite on the bowstring, pulling it back an inch. He could shoot an arrow like that. Whoosh! He loosened his teeth, and a fingernail-sized arrow of spiritual energy shot toward the giant bird in the sky at lightning speed, leaving behind a trail of blue afterimages. Chirp! The blue bird let out a cry, its 100-jong body revealing itself. Beneath its wings, a bloody hole pierced through both sides of its body. Large pieces of flesh were blasted away by the powerful arrow energy. The life within its body was completely extinguished. It could not be more dead, continuously falling, finally landing on the stage with a loud thud. Looking over, the crowd finally realized the identity of the uninvited guest. It's the blue fantasy bird. And it's the one that belongs to Palace Master Luli. Su Yu was absorbing the lightning, calmly looking at Luli, just like you. So I was prepared. How could he believe that Luli would watch as he broke through? Without a doubt, he was the one who had secretly instructed the blue fantasy bird. How could Luli admit to his despicable actions in front of everyone? Silver you are too much. It was just wild and hard to tame. Why did you kill it? With your abilities, you could have easily chased it away. Su Yu remembered this sentence deeply. That day, Luli had ridden the blue fantasy bird. It was this beast that had hurt many innocent fighters with its screams. Li's explanation was that the blue fantasy bird was wild and hard to tame. Furthermore, no one had died. The people of Inu City should be thankful. What a joke! When the blue fantasy bird had attacked Su Yu, Li had not said a word to stop it. Now he was crying out for the blue fantasy bird. Su Yu let out a cold laugh. Wild and hard to tame? Since you can't control your demonic beast, I will do it for you. You. Li glared at him. What about you? Keep your evil intentions to yourself and scram. Su Yu was disgusted. Li could not help but laugh in anger. Are you looking down on me just because you are about to break through to stage 2? What a petty person. Humph. No wonder you dared to fight 1 against 2. You had already predicted that you would enter a state of breakthrough. We would hold back and not attack you. But Li had not finished his sentence. He felt the spirit energy in the surroundings turn chaotic. He saw that Su Yu had used his mouth to pull back the bow. But this time, Su Yu did not just pull the bow back an inch. He pulled it back an entire 3 inches. Using a drop of Tu Long's blood, he had successfully refined 10% of the bow and could pull it back 3 inches. This was the first time Su Yu had used the silver bow's strongest power. A 1-foot-long arrow of spirit energy faintly appeared on the silver bow. Waves of destructive aura emanated from the arrow. The expressions of Zhong Wan, Wei Qilin, and even Shin Kong changed slightly. That arrow actually made them feel a chill in their hearts. Lu Li's words came to an abrupt halt, his pupils dilating. How could this be? Why is the power of your silver bow different from before? Wait, you have been hiding your abilities all this while. Su, you could have used that arrow, but he had held back time and time again. But Lu Li had provoked him again and again. Being aimed at by the silver bow, Lu Li's heart thumped wildly. His facial muscles squirmed, his entire body tensed up, his mouth dry. Wait, you are at the juncture of a breakthrough. You should not attack. At this moment, he finally understood that the one who was disdainful of fighting was not him, but Su Yu. He had spoken to stall for time because he did not want to lose to Su Yu in front of everyone and lose all his dignity. Unfortunately, Su Yu had already seen through his thoughts. The disgust in his eyes deepened. There's no need. Get lost. I will only be more at ease when I break through. Creak! At once, a tornado shot toward Lu Li with the power to engulf all living things. Rumble! Lu Li did not even manage to block it. He was sent flying 1,000 meters away, nailing into the wall. The long arrow pierced through his abdomen. Blood flowed, staining half the wall. His arrogant eyes were like those of a dead fish, filled with pain and fear. As the arrow of spirit energy dissipated, his body fell like a gunny sack, his entire body in a sorry state. His injuries weren't fatal, but everyone knew that this was only because Su Yu hadn't killed him yet. Lu Li, who was unconvinced, who thought highly of himself, who thought he was better than Su Yu, could not even withstand a single blow from Su Yu. The contrast was so great that it shocked everyone. This was Palace Master Yin Yu's true ability. In an instant, everyone was in awe. Why? Do you want me to invite you down? Su Yu glanced at Yuling. Yuling bit her lips, looking into Su Yu's eyes. She felt an inexplicable fear. After a moment, she lowered her head and walked down the stage, her face filled with shame. She had lost even the will to fight. Furthermore, Su Yu only had one hand left. At this moment, no one doubted that Su Yu had the ability to fight the two of them alone. With no one to disturb him, Su Yu absorbed the lightning with all his might. Jiang Mufei's jaw almost hit the ground. Yin Yu is that strong. He had easily won against 2 immortal realm level 4s alone. Zhong Wan smiled but did not speak, his gaze profound. Wei Qilin's nostrils flared, his cold eyes indifferently sweeping past Su Yu. Passable. Chapter 374. A mysterious smile bloomed in the depths of Shin Kong's eyes. The battle was over. Under the respectful gazes of the crowd, Su Yu collected the 1,000 thunderbolts into his body in an orderly manner. If one were to inspect Su Yu's dantian, they would discover that there were more than 1,000 thunder dragons coiled around him. There were all kinds of thunderbolts. The dark clouds in the sky dissipated, and the earth regained its brightness. A weak ray of sunlight shone on Su Yu's body. His smooth silver hair reflected the dazzling silver light. Under the silver mask, his tranquil expression was naturally out of this world. As the crowd stared at Su Yu, they all felt an indescribable pressure. Palace Master Yin Yu had suddenly appeared in the northern continent. He was a legendary genius that shocked the entire time and space. He had fought 1 against 2, leaving them with an unforgettable memory. Lu Li, do you still have any questions? The Phoenix Cabinet's master tilted her head and looked at Lu Li. Lu Li was ashamed. How absurd was his unwillingness to accept it now. No. Lori spoke with difficulty, suppressing the indescribable humiliation in her heart. The Phoenix Cabinet's master nodded slightly. All right, then start choosing. Shin Kong, who do you want to marry? Everyone knew in their hearts that Shin Kong and Feng Xian had already decided to spend the rest of their lives together. This was merely a formality. Xianer, Shinkong answered as expected, nodding her head expressionlessly. The Phoenix Cabinet's master looked toward Suyu, her eyes filled with admiration. Where is Inu? The master of the Phoenix Cabinet has tens of thousands of female disciples. I wonder if any of them caught your eye? Suyu mocked himself inwardly. Siener was already his fiancée, yet his spy had to compete with someone else. It was truly ironic. Seeing that he was unmoved, the Phoenix Cabinet's master thought that Suyu was afraid of something. She smiled. You can say it. As long as it is a disciple of the Phoenix Cabinet, you can choose. I will make the decision for you, even if it is a Yuling her? The crowd was secretly shocked. Wasn't the Phoenix Cabinet's master thinking too highly of Inu? Yuling, who was ranked second among the 10 great Phoenix maidens of the current generation, was the proud daughter of the North Continent. The only one who could suppress her was Feng Xian. There were more than 100 top-notch geniuses before him, and the Spirit Tamer was second only to Feng Xian. However, the Phoenix Cabinet's master favored Inu so much and was willing to stand up for him. Hearing these words, Yuling's expression changed. She bit her red lips, feeling dissatisfied. However, she did not dare to retort. Although Inu was strong, he was not the best candidate for her husband. Shin Kong and Wei Qilin could not be compared to Suyu. She was unwilling to marry Suyu. Cabinet Master, thank you for your kind intentions. Let someone else have Phoenix, Lady Yuling. I have someone else in mind. Suyu expressed his thoughts. Yuling was slightly startled. Her heart, which had been hanging in suspense, relaxed. However, what followed was a bellyful of anger. What does that mean? Was she not worthy of Inu's attention? She felt that marrying Suyu was an injustice, but she had never thought that Suyu might not even like her. The Phoenix Cabinet's master was slightly surprised. Then, who is the person you have chosen? If one were to observe carefully, one would notice that her eyebrows were slightly knitted, and a trace of worry was faintly discernible. Siener, I only came for her. Suyu blurted out without hesitation. As expected, a look of helplessness flashed in the Phoenix Cabinet's master's colorful eyes. She wanted to win over both Shin Kong and Suyu. However, there was only one Feng Xian. All right, I will remember that, the Phoenix Cabinet's master said. What about Wei Qilin? Snow Listening Tower's strongest genius, young Master Qilin. Me? Of course it's Feng Xian. Wei Qilin stood with his arms crossed, his expression as though it was a matter of course. The Phoenix Cabinet's master was not surprised. Wei Qilin had always liked to fight, and he had always treated Shin Kong as his ultimate opponent. Naturally, he would fight with Shin Kong for anything that could be fought over, including women. Why fight with Shin Kong for no reason? The choice of a spouse is an important matter that affects one's entire life, the Phoenix Cabinet's master advised. Unexpectedly, Wei Qilin's eyebrows twitched. Fight with Shin Kong? That is not it. His fierce gaze swept past Suyu like a sharp arrow. I only want to know why this piece of trash is ahead of me. In other words, Wei Qilin had chosen the same candidate as Suyu because he wanted to compete with him. The only person stronger than me is Shen Kong, Wei Qilin said coldly, shaking his head. I do not agree with this ranking. So that was the case. The Phoenix Cabinet's master nodded. All right, I will remember your choice. What about Zhong Wan? Zhong Wan smiled indifferently. I am only here for the honor of the Xintian Manor. I have no interest in any woman. His gaze drifted past Suyu and the other two, and he said softly, since they have chosen Phoenix, Lady Feng Xian, then I shall join them for a while as well. The Phoenix Cabinet's master furrowed her brows, but there was nothing she could do. All right. Suyu, who was at the side, had a glint in his eyes, his gaze sweeping past Zhong Wan and Jiang Mufei. He still had a question that he had never confessed to the two of them. According to what Gao Tsong had said, Out of the 3 heavenly kings of the Xintian manor, Gaotsong was the first to surrender to Han Jianglin. However, Zhong Wan and Jiang Mufei would rather die than to be imprisoned in the Xintian manor. Why would they represent the Xintian manor and appear at the Phoenix Cry meet? Could it be that they had submitted to Han Jianglin? "Where is Lu Li?" the Phoenix Cabinet's master asked. With great difficulty, Lu Li mustered up a bit of spirit and said with slight hesitation, "Phoenix Maiden Yuling is very much to my liking. Pavilion Master, please grant my wish." Her? The Phoenix Cabinet's master was not surprised. Without much thought, the Phoenix Cabinet's master replied directly, "If you can defeat Yuling, I have no objections." She took the initiative to betroth Yuling to Suyu. However, he tactfully rejected Lu Li's request. The difference in treatment between the two was like heaven and earth. Yuling herself also curled her lips, revealing her disdain. Having been rejected in front of everyone, Lu Li was already angry and embarrassed. Seeing Yuling's expression, he felt vexed, his expression becoming a little agitated. "Yuling, what do you mean?" Yuling sneered. "What a joke! You are inferior to others, asking to be humiliated. You vent your vexation on me. You really are a man." Lu Li's chest was filled with anger, about to explode from anger. Losing to Suyu in front of everyone was fine. Being rejected by the Phoenix Cabinet's master in front of everyone was fine. Even Yuling had mocked him in front of him. When had he fallen to such a state? "Yuling, no matter how vexed I am not someone you can criticize." Lu Li's face was filled with anger. "Phoenix Cabinet's master, please decide." The Phoenix Cabinet's master was expressionless. "That's fine. Since both of you have chosen the woman you like, then the Phoenix meet will proceed to its final stage. Among all of you who have chosen the same woman, Feng Xian will be betrothed to whoever wins." The Phoenix Cabinet's master said, "However, before that, let Yuling and Lu Li settle their grievances first. If Lu Li wins, I will make the decision to betroth Yuling to him. If he loses, he will be expelled from the Phoenix Cabinet. Banish? So strict? All right, I have no problem." Lu Li stood with her arms crossed, full of confidence. In the realm of Immortal Realm Level 4 lower tier, he was considered above average. Otherwise, Zhou Nianqin would not be afraid of him. Yuling might not be able to defeat him. "I have no problem either," Yuling said coldly. Shwa shwa. 2 figures flickered and flew onto the arena, staring at each other. Following the order from the Phoenix Cabinet's master, the 2 of them quickly exchanged blows. She was adept at movement techniques, and her figure was fleeting like a ghost. Phoenix dances in the 9 heavens. Yuling condensed raging flames, surrounding the surroundings. Poochie! All of a sudden, a huge gap appeared in the ring of fire. A swift afterimage extinguished the flames and charged forward. Yuling was caught off guard, and her fragrant shoulder was hit. She let out a painful groan and retreated a few feet. In the first confrontation, Lu Li had the upper hand. "With such abilities, you dare to mock and ridicule me? You overestimate yourself." Lu Li laughed coldly. He used his movement technique freely, circling around Yuling and attacking again. Yuling rubbed her fragrant shoulder, her expression still calm and composed. However, her cold smile became deeper. "Do you think that I only have the power of my bloodline?" Phoenix dances in the 9 heavens was merely the bloodline of the Fire Phoenix. Could it be that Yuling possessed a unique technique? "According to the rules, I am only allowed to use the power of my bloodline to test your abilities. Since this is a personal match between you and me, there is no need for me to hold back." Mu Tianfeng could not hide the envy in her eyes. "You are finally going to use it." Phoenix Woman Yuling's true trump card. 8 trigrams consecutive palm. 8 trigrams consecutive palm. Yuling's expression was solemn. She circled her hands in front of her body, circulating them in a strange manner. At once, the shadows of the palms overlapped and after-images appeared one after another. Liuli was slightly cautious. Humph! I will break it for you to see. Whoosh! Liuli disappeared again. When he reappeared, he was like a cloud that appeared behind Yu Ling without warning, attacking her back in an extremely crafty manner. However, a strange scene appeared. As if she had eyes, Yu Ling struck her back with her palm. Wow! The seemingly soft palm strike struck Liuli's chest, but it was like a heavy mountain. Liuli spat out a mouthful of blood, flying backward 100 meters. A collapsed palm print appeared on his chest. This palm shocked everyone present. What a powerful palm technique! Zhong Wan stood beside Suyu, nodding his head in approval, combining strength and softness, possessing both offense and defense, circulating it around her body. She is almost invulnerable. If she did not have any restrictions just now and used the set of palm techniques, it would be difficult for your arrow to defeat her easily. Suyu did not deny this. Even though the bow and arrow are strong and fierce, they have a natural weakness. They only have a single mode of attack. It is not strange for them to be restrained by a palm technique that combines both offense and defense. However, it was obvious that Suyu did not only have the bow and arrow. Liuli was shocked. The intense pain in his chest incited his unwillingness. Again! Whoosh! Wow! Without any suspense, every time Liuli neared Yu Ling, he was sent flying by a palm strike, spitting out blood. After 10 consecutive moves, he did not even manage to harm a single hair on Liuli's body. Instead, Liuli's injuries became more severe, his whole body covered in blood. Do you still want to continue? Yu Ling looked toward Liuli coldly, her eyes filled with disdain. Liuli had been defeated consecutively. His past arrogance had collapsed at this moment. He, who could not accept such a defeat, had fainted on the spot due to Yu Ling's mocking laughter. Useless trash! Yu Ling was filled with disdain, standing on the arena and not walking down. The Phoenix Cabinet's master calmly said, "Carry him down and throw him out of the Phoenix Cabinet. The competition shall continue. Next will be the competition between all of you. According to the rules of the past, you will spar 1-to-1. However, this time I wish to change the rules," the Phoenix Cabinet's master said. Before this, she had mentioned that this year's Phoenix meet would be different. Everyone was mentally prepared. The final competition will no longer be 1-to-1. Instead, it will be a group battle. Shin Kong, Yin, Wei Qilin, Zhong Wan, and Yu Ling. The 5 of you will fight your own battles. The person still standing on the arena will be the final winner. Chapter 375. Do I have to win? Suyu secretly clenched his fists. He did not just want to defeat Shin Kong. He wanted to defeat all the top geniuses of the northern continent. He could only win, he could not lose. If the final winner is Yu Ling, then there would be no winner in this Phoenix meet. Do you understand? The 5 of them nodded and looked at each other. The only way to end the so-called chaotic battle quickly was to form an alliance. Shin Kong, Wei Qilin, I'm willing to lend you a hand. Without hesitation, Yu Ling wore a cold smile at the corners of her mouth. She glanced at Suyu and stood on their side without hesitation. Only Suyu and Zhong Wan were left. Shin Kong was the #1 genius of the Empire of Darkness's Northern Continent Branch Palace. Wei Qilin was the eldest young master of Snow's Lament, the #1 genius. Both of them were peerless figures whose names shook the continent and had been famous for a long time. This was especially so for Shin Kong, who had defeated his opponent with one move. He was a legend that no one in the northern continent could surpass. As for Wei Qilin, he was the second strongest person after Shin Kong. No one had ever been able to withstand 5 moves from Wei Qilin. If the 2 of them joined forces, who in the northern continent could go against them? Coupled with Yu Ling, whose abilities were close to Immortal Realm level 4 upper tier. The combination of the three of them drove Su Yu and Zhong Wan out of the circle without any suspense. However, what was unexpected was that Shin Kong smiled but did not speak. He stood at the side with his hands clasped behind his back, unmoved. As for Wei Qilin, he said indifferently, join forces? Who are you talking to? Do I, Wei Qilin, need to join hands with a woman like you to teach two nameless people a lesson? Wei Qilin's cold gaze swept over. Yu Ling's expression froze, her face filled with awkwardness. I was just suggesting. Wei Qilin shouted coldly. This suggestion is also an insult to me. As proud and arrogant as he was, he actually took Yu Ling seriously. From what I see, your existence is merely a hindrance. Before I deal with them, I'll send you off first. Yu Ling's expression changed. She was furious. Not only did she fail to gain Wei Qilin's favor, she even angered him. Yu Ling mocked herself in her heart. She quickly activated the 8 trigrams consecutive palm, her entire body on guard. Windbreaker. Wei Qilin casually threw out a punch. Separated by 100 feet, a huge fist shadow that was half a foot long materialized. Yu Ling used the 8 trigrams consecutive palm technique to protect the surrounding area, making it airtight. She had indeed received this punch. However, the power contained in the fist could not be completely neutralized. Puff! Yu Ling opened her mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. She retreated a few steps. Both of her palms were numb. Her face was filled with anger, but more than that, respect. This punch was too terrifying. Compared to him, Lu Li's attack was like a child waving her fists. Armor break. Wei Qilin stood on the spot and casually punched out again. A black iron-colored phantom of a 10 feet large fist struck out with a loud rumble. Yu Ling's expression changed drastically. How would she dare to be negligent? He used the 8 trigrams consecutive palm to its fullest. When the fist shadow came, she had already used no less than 10 palms to neutralize the force of the fist. However, this fist was too terrifying. A cracking sound came from Yu Ling's palms. Her bones were actually fractured. His chest was fiercely hit by the fist shadow. Chila! The clothes on his chest were torn apart, and his abdomen was badly mutilated. A long arrow of blood shot out from her red lips. Then her body smashed into the arena and shot high into the air. Bang! Yu Ling fell heavily onto the ground and fainted on the spot. Wei Qilin withdrew his fist expressionlessly and said coldly, 2 moves. Yes, Yu Ling had been defeated pathetically in just 2 moves. Seeing Wei Qilin fight for the first time, Su Yu could not help but turn serious. It's your turn. Wei Qilin turned his head and looked towards Su Yu and Zhong Wan, especially Su Yu. I am Shin Kong's only opponent. There is no room for a third person. You do not have the ability to be ranked ahead of me. Wei Qilin stared at Su Yu. Su Yu's expression was indifferent. Abilities are obtained through fighting, not through words. Then I will fight until you agree. Wei Qilin was resolute. A layer of faint lightning appeared on the surface of Su Yu's body. Then let's fight. But Wei Qilin suddenly turned his gaze toward Zhong Wan. I will fight. I do not like an eyesore. Go down. Zhong Wan was not angry in the slightest. He wore a slight smile. I heard that Mr. Qilin of the Snow Listening Tower has obtained an ancient immortal-level secret technique, the heaven-breaking 9 styles. I have been fascinated by it for a long time. It is rare for me to meet you, and I would like to witness it. Heaven-breaking 9 styles. Wind-breaking and armor-breaking were only the 2 most basic styles. I like to help those who seek their own humiliation. Wei Qilin was expressionless. Wind-breaking. A 5-zhong fist shadow materialized, heading straight for Zhong Wan. But Zhong Wan stood with his hands behind his back, his expression calm. His eyes glowed with a piercing divine light. I soared. Creak, a shocking scene appeared. 2 bolts of sword energy shot out from Zhongwan's eyes. Yes, sword energy shot out from his eyes. The disdainful sword energy sliced through the air, letting out a violent explosion. Pooh! The 5 zhong fist shadow was destroyed on the spot. Su Yu's pupils dilated. What a powerful sword energy! Where was Zhongwan's sword? How could he release sword energy out of thin air? Wei Qilin's expression did not change. He quickly followed up with a second punch. Armor breaking. The terrifying fist shadow, its power doubled, pierced through the air, heading straight for Zhongwan. With his hands behind his back, Zhongwan slowly lowered his right hand. A serious expression finally appeared on his face. Fingers soared. With a grunt, Zhongwan raised his right hand, his index finger and middle finger pointing forward. Creak! At that moment, a sword-shaped air current visible to the naked eye shot out from his finger. This sword sliced through the air, causing the dust to retreat. Sparks could be faintly seen. That was the intense flame created by the friction between the sword energy and the air. Creak! The 10 zhong fist shadow was destroyed on the spot. Wei Qilin's indifferent expression finally changed a little. It's not too bad. Take my third move. Break evil. Suddenly, a huge fist shadow that was 20 feet in size, shaped like a small mountain, struck towards them in a dark and oppressive manner. That terrifying pressure made it difficult for one to breathe. Zhongwan's expression turned even more serious. He took a deep breath, raising both palms, releasing a sword energy that shook the air. Sword wielding. Su Yu stood to the side, his eyelids twitching. The sword energy of this sword was several times more powerful than the silver bow. Immortal realm level 1 lower tier would definitely die if faced with it. Whoosh! Whoosh! The 2 swords struck out, causing the air to tremble. They left a long trail of flames in the air. Bang! The giant fist shadow was destroyed, turning into spirit energy and dissipating. The remaining sword energy headed straight for Wei Qilin's body. This time, Wei Qilin's expression turned serious for the first time. Sword Demon Zhongwan, I have to admit, I have underestimated you, but I'm afraid this is as far as you can go. 4th move, break evil. Rumble. The fist shadow had yet to land, but a rumbling sound could be heard. It was as if a giant mountain had crashed down. Focusing his eyes, he saw a black fist that was at least 4 zhong in size. Its entire body was wreathed in raging black flames, like a demonic palm. Crack! A slight cracking sound could be heard from deep within the arena, unable to withstand the power of the demonic palm. Su Yu was shocked. The power of this move was very close to Inspector by He's. Zhongwan's expression was serious, his long black hair moving without any wind. His entire body released a shocking sword energy. Su Yu looked over, shocked to discover that the sword energy was being released from all parts of Zhongwan's body. Hair, nails, skin, flesh, eyes, every part of his body was releasing sword energy. With my heart, everything can become a sword. Zhongwan's hair and beard stood on end, the terrifying sword energy surrounding his body. At that moment, it was as if he himself was a peerless sword. Man as sword, sword as man, man and sword as one. Man and sword as one. Creak! Leaving behind an afterimage, Zhongwan released a shocking sword energy. His entire body turned into a sword, flying through the air. The Phoenix Cabinet's master's eyes glowed with praise. Rumor has it that Zhongwan was infatuated with the sword his entire life. He went berserk for the sake of the sword 9 times, creating the unprecedented heart sword. Hence, he is known as the Sword Demon. Mu Tianfang was shocked. Master, what is the heart sword? Hiding the sword in his heart, turning the sword into a formless form. This is the heart sword. He has long broken free from the shackles of a tangible sword, treating himself as a sword. Every part of his body is a sword. With my heart, the sword cuts through everything. Zhongwan is a genius who uses the sword. Mu Tianfeng's evaluation of Zhongwan was extremely accurate, no weaker than Su Yu's. What? On the arena, Wei Qilin was shocked. Such a heaven-defying sword technique had finally moved him. Man and sword as one. The terrifying power that could cut through everything made Wei Qilin feel the threat of death. Thump! The demon-breaking palm was destroyed by the man and sword as one without any resistance, heading straight for Wei Qilin. Wei Qilin's eyelids twitched, his heart trembling. He clenched his teeth. You forced me to do this. Fifth move, God-breaking. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Suddenly, the surrounding spirit energy turned violent, forming a vortex in the sky. A giant fist about 8 zhang tall, like the hand of the heavens, slammed down from the clouds. Seeing this palm, the crowd gasped. From the giant fist, they could feel an unfathomable, heavenly might. That destructive power enveloped the hearts of everyone present, causing them to shudder in fear. Crack! A giant crack finally appeared on the enveloped arena, splitting the arena into two. At this moment, the man and sword as one struck. One summoned a giant fist, while the other transformed into a peerless demonic sword. The two collided, exploding with an unprecedented sound. Rumble! The arena was smashed into pieces, dust filling the sky. The remnants of the shockwave engulfed the surroundings, affecting many female disciples. Waves of panicked cries of pain came from all around. However, no one could shift their gaze away from the arena. This battle was really too shocking. Everyone had an unprecedented understanding of Zhongwan. The infamous sword demon Zhongwan was a genius who could fight with Wei Qilin. When the dust dissipated, the situation between the two was revealed. Wei Qilin stood at his original position, his face slightly pale. But Zhongwan took a few steps back, a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. It was clear who was stronger and who was weaker. In the end, Zhongwan was still slightly weaker. Cough, cough. Coughing out blood, Zhongwan cupped his fists and retreated. You are more skilled, I admit defeat. Even with Wei Qilin's pride, he did not say anything arrogant. Instead, he was respectful. You should be proud to be able to withstand 5 moves from me. Zhongwan had nearly destroyed his legend of not being defeated in 5 moves. How could he be disrespectful? Taking a deep breath, Zhongwan coldly looked at Su Yu. Is there still a need for a battle between us? In other words, after seeing Wei Qilin's 5 moves, Su Yu should know when to advance and when to retreat. The crowd looked at Su Yu, secretly sweating for him. Wei Qilin was so powerful that he could not be attacked. Even a genius like Zhongwan had lost to him. What ability did Su Yu have to surpass Wei Qilin? Why not? I will break your record of not being defeated in 5 moves. Su Yu's eyes burned with battle intent. He had not fought seriously in a long time. Wei Qilin was a rare opponent. Regardless of the outcome of this battle, Su Yu would definitely benefit greatly. Chapter 376. Below the stage, Yu Ling could not help but shake her head. Forget it. You might not even be able to defeat me, much less Wei Qilin. She admitted that Su Yu was extremely talented. With the help of the silver bow, it was as if God was helping him. Even someone as strong as Lu Li was defeated by a single arrow. However, having personally experienced how frightening Wei Qilin was, Yu Ling did not hold any hope for Su Yu. Most people agreed with this statement. Relying on weapons and external forces was, after all, a small trick. If Su Yu wanted to defeat Wei Qilin, he still had a long way to go. However, Su Yu's expression was calm. He looked at Yu Ling expressionlessly. Even if I lost in terms of fighting ability, I might still be able to catch up if I put in more effort. However, if I lost in terms of heart, I will lose forever. In Yu Ling's heart, Wei Qilin was already an undefeatable existence. If she lost the will to fight, she would forever stay behind Wei Qilin. Not only did her ridicule fail, but she was taught a lesson instead. Yu Ling was annoyed as she coldly sneered, "There's no need to pretend to be calm. Wait until you truly go up the stage and fight with him. Only then will you know that right now, you're just standing there and talking." There's no cure for her. Su Yu shook his head lightly. He was too lazy to continue reminding her. Wei Qilin stood with his arms crossed, indifferent to Su Yu's arrogant words. His face was calm and indifferent. "Since you want to fight, make your move." Su Yu stood at his original position with his hands clasped behind his back. He did not attack immediately. Replenish your spiritual energy and physical strength. Taking advantage of someone when they are down is not an honorable victory. After the battle with Zhongwan, Wei Qilin's face was somewhat pale. He had expended a lot of energy. "There's no need. It's obviously enough to deal with you." Wei Qilin shook his head indifferently and took the initiative to attack. Armor break. Wei Qilin waved his hand casually, and a three-zhang fist shadow attacked Su Yu. He immediately used the second form of the heaven-shattering 9 forms, as if he wanted to end the battle quickly. Su Yu's expression did not change. He pulled the silver bow, and a 3-inch-long spiritual arrow appeared. As Su Yu loosened his fingers, the arrow pierced through the void like a rainbow, causing the sky to tremble. Bang! As the fist shadow shattered, Su Yu's arrow was also destroyed. The archery techniques that Su Yu relied on were only comparable to Wei Qilin's heaven-breaking second style. "I'll give you 2 moves. Next is the 3rd move. You can go down now." Wei Qilin raised his hand and waved his sleeve lightly. Destroy evil. The 20-foot palm shadow was extremely powerful and ferocious. It was far more powerful than the second move, broken armor. The silver bow was unable to deal with it. Shua! Su Yu put away the silver bow without hesitation. Wei Qilin said indifferently, 3 moves, I can only say that it's not too bad. In many people's eyes, Su Yu had given up on continuing the fight. Zzz! At this moment, people suddenly heard the sound of thunder arcs. Looking at Su Yu, purple lightning arcs seeped out of his pores and covered his body like a set of purple battle armor. Between his fingers, there were 300 thin bolts of lightning swiftly swimming about. An unsettling aura surged out. 1,000 thunder finger. Su Yu lifted his finger and pointed. 300 thunderbolts roared out. Within 1,000 meters, all the cultivators could feel the weak electricity spreading in the air, numbing their entire bodies. While they were greatly shocked, they all circulated their spiritual energy to resist the all-pervasive lightning. What a terrifying power of thunder! Could it be that this is the true spirit lightning cultivation method that he just broke through? Isn't this a little too domineering? How could the second level of an ordinary immortal level technique have such power? The multicolored lightning glowed like a dream, illuminating the entire arena. As Su Yu pointed, the lightning on his fingertip formed a 5-colored ring of light, flying forward. Creak! The 2-zhang palm shadow was instantly dispersed. The 5-colored ring of light did not lose its momentum, heading straight for Wei Qilin's face. It seems a little powerful. Wei Qilin's expression turned serious. Then take another attack from me. Demon breaking. The 4th move. A palm shadow that was as large as a small mountain came crashing down. The 2 collided. With the sound of thunder, the palm shadow dispersed with a bang. The 5-colored ring of lightning dimmed slightly, but it still retained 70% of its power. Wei Qilin's expression was unprecedentedly serious, a little shocked. Even after destroying 2 moves consecutively, it still retained such power. Regaining his composure, Wei Qilin calmly said, "The power is indeed acceptable, but it ends here." 5th move, God-breaking. The 80-zhang tall palm shadow, which was like a mountain, covered half of the arena. It pressed down with a loud rumble, as if it wanted to bury Su Yu alive. In front of it, the 5-colored ring of lightning was small and insignificant. But when the two collided, the mountainous palm shadow stopped. After that, the ground shook violently, and the palm shadow broke into 5 pieces. A dimmer ring of lightning shot out from the broken pieces, attacking Wei Qilin. Wei Qilin turned pale with shock, blocking in a fluster. However, he had never imagined that his 5th move would actually be so easily countered. The distance was so close, and he was caught off guard. The ring of lightning struck his chest, turning into a ball of lightning fire, quickly burning his chest. It was charred black, and his flesh was a mess. At the same time, the resulting explosion of lightning caused his body to retreat. With a pathetic grunt, Wei Qilin's throat tasted blood. He retreated 9 steps, nearly falling off the arena. His face was filled with pain and shock. He had actually lost. He, who had defeated his opponent with 5 moves, had actually lost in the 5th move. Among the geniuses of the North Continent's current generation, apart from Shin Kong, no one had been able to defeat him. Su Yu was the only one. Furthermore, he had defeated him within 5 moves. The entire arena was dead silent, apart from the Phoenix Cabinet's master, who had a smile on her face, having expected this. Everyone else was shocked. The number 2 genius of the North Continent, Wei Qilin, had been defeated. Yu Ling's pupils shrank to the size of a needle. Her chest rose and fell, showing the shock in her heart. In her eyes, Su Yu, who might not even be comparable to her, had defeated Wei Qilin, who had defeated her in 2 moves. The huge gap made it difficult for Yu Ling to accept it. Jiang Mufei's beautiful eyes were wide open. Isn't this guy hiding his abilities too deeply? He is even stronger than Brother Zhongwan? At that moment, the gazes the crowd used to look at Su Yu had completely changed. When the Phoenix Cabinet's master had ranked him before Lu Li, they could not understand. Before Zhongwan, they could not understand. Before Wei Qilin, they could not understand immediately. But at that moment, they finally understood how perceptive the Phoenix Cabinet's master was. Among the 5 peak geniuses, Su Yu was undoubtedly ranked 2nd. Their understanding of Su Yu had changed from an unknown legendary genius to one that came from the bottom of their hearts. Apart from Shin Kong, the strongest genius of the North Continent had been born. Furthermore, he was only 17 years old. He deserved the title of a legendary genius. No one could imagine how shocking his growth would be in the future. Faced with the focus of the crowd, Su Yu's expression was indifferent. He swept his gaze past Wei Qilin and calmly said, "Only 2 moves." One move was the silver bow, and the other was the 1,000th Thunderfinger. To defeat Wei Qilin, Su Yu had only used 2 moves. Wei Qilin regained his senses from his shock, feeling a great sense of defeat. He had only seen Shin Kong as a worthy opponent, but he had been caught up to by a nameless junior and defeated in 2 moves. Retracting his gaze, Su Yu's expression turned fierce. He looked at Shin Kong, who had been standing at the side with his hands clasped behind his back, watching the battle calmly. "Only you are left, Shin Kong." Su Yu was filled with fighting spirit. Shin Kong was a legend that stood above the billions of heaven rulers of the North Continent. He was a monument that could never be erased from the hearts of countless geniuses. He was the unparalleled king above all the geniuses of the Ling family. Shin Kong, the king of heaven rulers, an unsurpassable king, an existence that billions of geniuses could not surpass, even if they tried. To be born in the same era as him was the sorrow of countless strong geniuses, as strong as Wei Qilin, who was unrivaled within 5 moves, and as strong as Sword Demon Zhongwan, who had created his own heart sword. No matter which era they were placed in, they were existences that illuminated a time and space. But to be born in the same era as Shin Kong, they were dim. This was their unspeakable sorrow. The person Su Yu wanted to fight, to win, and to compete with was this king, the king of geniuses. Mu Tianfang was excited. Su Yu had really walked in front of Shin Kong, but she looked at her master, silently mourning in her heart. Her master's eyesight was strong, able to see far into the future. She had determined Su Yu's ranking, as well as Zhong Wan's ranking. This meant that there was no suspense in Su Yu's match. He had already lost without even fighting. Xian'er was destined not to belong to Su Yu. Even his wish to see her in person had vanished into thin air. The crowd held their breaths, witnessing the attack of the King of Heaven Rulers. Would he be like the legends, defeating his opponent with one move? Shin Kong laughed. This laugh was filled with indescribable arrogance. It was as if a king was sitting at the peak, overlooking the masses, smiling as he watched mortals go through the cycle of life and death. That boundless aura of a king deeply affected everyone's hearts. Is it very funny? Su Yu broke the silence. To many people, Shin Kong was only laughing that Su Yu had overestimated himself. Shin Kong shook his head, still smiling. No, I am only laughing that you are too slow. What a boring and dry battle. You've been fighting for too long. Was it slow? Definitely not. The battle between the four of them would be decided within a few moves. There was no delay, but in Shin Kong's eyes it was still too slow. This was because, in his opinion, these sparring matches were meaningless and not worth mentioning. Su Yu's expression was strangely calm. Don't be anxious, it will be over soon. There was no need for too many moves between him and Shin Kong. The outcome would be decided within a few moves. Shin Kong's lips curled into a smile. It will be over soon, but it can be faster. The three of you should team up. That way, you can end this quickly. No one felt that these words were arrogant to the ears of the crowd. It was as if this was how it should be. Shin Kong had the right to do so. Team up? Wei Qilin was silent for a moment. As proud and arrogant as he was, he did not reject. He turned his head to look at Zhong Wan, then at Su Yu. If we don't team up, no one will be able to take one move from him. If we team up, we still have the power to use one more move. Wei Qilin, who was beneath him, was filled with respect. Zhong Wan smiled warmly. Of course. I would also like to see the legendary legend of defeating his opponent with one move. The two of them looked toward Su Yu, only to see him take a step back. I only wish to fight him one-on-one. Su Yu said calmly, his tone firm. If he wanted to win, he wanted to win openly and by teaming up. He could not accept such charity in front of Xian'er. Chapter 377. Shin Kong's handsome face, which could make women jealous, was filled with confidence. He had the same indifferent smile. Attack, you only have one chance. If Shin Kong wanted, they would not even have the chance to attack. All right. Wei Qilin and Zhong Wan were unprecedentedly serious. Heaven-breaking 9 techniques, fifth palm, God-breaking. Man and sword as one. The two of them unleashed their strongest attacks. One sent out an 8 palm shadow, while the other turned into a long sword and slashed down from the sky. Crack, crack! With the two of them as the epicenter, cracks appeared on the stage beneath their feet like spiderwebs. A terrifying power engulfed the stage, creating a violent wave. In a flash, the two of their attacks arrived in an instant. Shin Kong still stood at his original position with his hands behind his back, his handsome face still smiling. The wild wind lifted his long hair and fluttered his clothes, but it could not move him in the slightest. Only when the two of them neared did he slowly lower his hand and extend a finger. Zhong Wan's sword as one was like a rainbow, unstoppable. Such a thunderous sword was as fast as light, impossible to defend against. But Shin Kong seemed to know where the sword would land. He took the first step and extended his finger. A normal person would not have been able to detect this scene. But Su Yu, who had used his eyesight to its maximum, could clearly detect Shin Kong's subtle movement. He could predict. Thump, a dull thud, and a shocking scene appeared. The extremely fast man and sword as one came to an abrupt stop. Zhong Wan's forehead had been lightly touched by a finger, and the owner of the finger, Shin Kong, had not moved. It was as if Zhong Wan had not collided with a finger, but with a huge mountain. "You have lost." Shin Kong smiled indifferently, his finger lightly extending. Rumble! Zhong Wan's body turned into an afterimage, flying back thousands of meters, directly crashing into the spectator seats. Under the violent impact, Zhong Wan's organs were shaken, and he coughed out a mouthful of blood. Climbing up from the rubble with difficulty, Zhong Wan wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and waved his hands. The legend of defeating the enemy with one move. Thank you for not killing me. That finger could completely shatter his skull. If Shen Kong wanted to, he could have easily killed him. Shen Kong had a faint smile on his face and did not bother with him. Instead, he moved his finger horizontally and swept it towards the 80-meter palm shadow that was attacking him from the side. Ignoring the terrifying pressure, his finger gently swept across the palm shadow. Instantly, the palm shadow was as light as a floating cloud. It was easily swept away and turned into layers of afterimages that crashed toward Wei Qilin. Wei Qilin had no time to dodge. The afterimage was too fast, and it struck him on the spot. Puff! Spitting out a mouthful of blood, Wei Qilin was sent flying into the auditorium, destroying an entire floor of the building. In the ruins, Wei Qilin was covered in blood. His qi and blood were extremely pale, and he was on the verge of death. One move to defeat an enemy. Under the gazes of tens of thousands of people, they witnessed this legendary miracle. Any enemy only had one move. Defeating Shin Kong with one move. After a moment of silence, the entire audience erupted into a frenzied roar, like the roar of the mountains and the roar of the seas. Too strong. The legend who defeated his enemy with one move, the undefeated king, Shen Kong. This is too shocking. I will never forget this battle for the rest of my life. Being born in the same era as him is a tragedy for those prodigies. The audience was unprecedentedly excited. Shen Kong's two fingers were like the legends, shocking everyone and subverting everyone's understanding. The Phoenix Cabinet's master's dignified expression revealed a rare look of satisfaction. Honing oneself to the peak, defeating an enemy with one move is all for naught. Mu Tianfeng, who was at the side, was equally shocked. After hearing the Phoenix Cabinet's master's evaluation, she looked at Su Yu with pity. What the Cabinet's master meant was that a martial artist who had gone through many hardships reached the peak and strived for the top of the world. However, when faced with Shen Kong, who defeated his enemy with one move, everything was for naught, because in front of Shin Kong, they would only be defeated with one move. Just like the famous Wei Qilin, who had many battle achievements, no one in the same generation could last more than 5 moves against him. Such a genius, who could look down on his peers and was hard to find in the world, could only be defeated with one move when faced with Shin Kong. The genius Zhong Wan, who had gone berserk 9 times and survived, had created the Heart Sword, which was unprecedented on the continent. The genius of the present generation, when faced with Shin Kong, could only thank him for not killing him. Shin Kong was too strong. He was so strong that he overshadowed the geniuses of the same generation. All of the geniuses had become his foil. Under the gaze of the crowd, Shin Kong still stood with one hand behind his back, an indifferent smile on his face. He was like a god descending to the mortal world, looking down on all living things with a smile. "You only have one chance to attack," Shin Kong said with a smile. "No one can fight with me for a woman, even if she was once your woman." Su Yu's calm expression revealed a ripple. Was it Sienna? Su Yu turned to look at the snow-cloud, celestial sedan chair. Sienna had not spoken since the beginning. Could it be that she did not recognize Su Yu's voice? Or had she forgotten Su Yu's voice after not seeing him for a year? Retracting his gaze, Su Yu gradually restrained his rippling emotions and regained his composure. The stronger the enemy, the calmer Su Yu was. Won't you know after trying? Su Yu's eyes glowed with a cold light. Whoosh! Su Yu took out his silver bow and shot out an arrow of spirit energy. Shin Kong shook his head. Didn't I tell you that you only had one chance to attack? A move that even Wei Qilin could deal with against me. Are you too nervous? Extending 2 fingers, Shin Kong casually caught the arrow. I have already given you the chance to attack. It's over. Creak! With a flick of his finger, Shin Kong sent the arrow flying back. The arrow was like a sudden clap of thunder. Its speed was even faster than when it had shot toward Su Yu. Under such circumstances, Su Yu did not even have time to react. Creak! Su Yu's chest had been pierced by his own arrow. Ah! Mu Tianfang screamed. The audience also let out a gasp. As expected, he had been defeated with one move. No matter what technique or who it was, they only had one move in front of Shin Kong. Tempering oneself to the peak. Defeating the enemy with one move is all for naught. When the enemy was Shin Kong, all abilities were meaningless. Inu, the dark horse that had risen against the trend and stunned everyone, was no exception. But Shin Kong raised his eyebrows. When the spirit energy arrow had pierced Su Yu's body, he had felt that something was wrong. Other than piercing his body, the arrow should have sent his body flying. But other than the hole in his chest, Su Yu did not move an inch. Pooh! Suddenly, Su Yu's body became blurry, turning into spirit energy and dispersing on the spot. This is... Shin Kong's smile stiffened for the first time. Second-grade clone technique. Outsiders might not know, but Shin Kong was in the North Continent's sub-palace. How could he not know the technique that the inspector overseeing them, but he was proficient in? Using spirit energy to create clones. This was the second-grade clone technique. You got it right. A cold rebuke suddenly sounded beside Shin Kong. Shin Kong's pupils dilated. How was that possible? Since when did he sneak around to his side without making a sound? If one were to observe carefully, they would realize that the flow of time around Su Yu was 3 times faster than the outside world. Using time manipulation, Su Yu quickly used the second-grade clone technique, then used the clone to attract Shin Kong's attention and quickly moved to the other side of Shin Kong. When Shin Kong shot out the arrow, Su Yu was already prepared to attack. Thousand Thunderfinger. With a low grunt, Su Yu's fingers were surrounded by 300 thunderbolts. A 5-colored ring of thunder struck Shin Kong's head with the force of lightning. The attack was sudden, the angle was tricky, and the preparations were sufficient. No one could avoid it. The audience held their breaths and focused, bearing witness to the moment that was about to arrive. If Shin Kong was hit, then the legend of him defeating his opponent with one move would be completely overturned. Battling Shin Kong, destroying the legend. Could Su Yu, a genius youth who had risen from nowhere, destroy the legend that had shackled countless geniuses? Too many geniuses of the current generation had suffered the tragedy of their generation. They had been suppressed by Shin Kong for too long. The legend of defeating his opponent with one move had caused them to never be able to rise again, and they could only look up to Shin Kong. But Su Yu was about to do it. The moment was right in front of them. Inu, battling Shin Kong, destroy the legend. Someone shouted with all his might. This shout caused a ripple. This sentence seemed to strike the helplessness and desire in the hearts of many strong fighters. Battling Shin Kong. Destroying the legend. Fight! 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 The audience roared angrily. Their hot blood, their passion, their excitement, and their desire were all instilled in these 6 words. Battling Shin Kong. Destroy the legend. They could not fight Shin Kong, but they could place all their hopes on Su Yu. The audience was in an uproar, their shouts shaking the heavens. Even if their voices were deafening and their eardrums hurt, it was difficult to suppress their madness. Feeling the will of the audience, Su Yu's finger became even colder. Break! With a low roar, the 5-colored ring of lightning turned into a dazzling divine light, piercing through Shen Kong. At such a close distance, he had no chance of dodging, at least as an Immortal Realm Level 4 upper tier. He was not included. Creak! But what was heard was not the sound of lightning exploding, but the sound of a body being destroyed. After image. The cheers of the seething audience seemed to have been cut off by a knife, coming to an abrupt stop. Confusion, bitter smiles, disappointment, and complicated emotions were written all over their faces. He had failed. He had failed on the verge of success. Su Yu had lost his last chance. The undefeated legend was still in front of him, and no one could destroy it. Zhong Wan and Wei Qilin watched the battle anxiously. Their hearts had also been affected by Su Yu's attack, but the sudden scene had dealt them a huge blow. Zhong Wan sighed in frustration. In the end, it still did not work. However, I finally understand why none of the Immortal Realm Level 4 upper tiers could last more than one move in Shen Kong's hands. Wei Qilin looked at Zhong Wan, a shred of bitterness faintly visible. Because he was not upper tier, he had long since broken through to Immortal Realm Level 4 peak. The difference of one level between Immortal Realm Level 4 was like the difference between heaven and earth. That was why the Immortal Realm Level 4 lower tier Yuling, who was unrivaled among those of the same level, could only last 2 moves against the Immortal Realm Level 4 upper tier Wei Qilin. The difference between Immortal Realm Level 4 and Immortal Realm Level 5 was like heaven and earth. Shen Kong had long since broken through to peak. Hence, he could suppress all the geniuses with one move. This was also the reason why Shen Kong was able to surprise everyone and dodge the attack that was impossible to dodge. Su Yu had underestimated him. Everyone had underestimated him. This attack was destined to be unable to hit Shen Kong. Immortal Realm Level 4 peak? It seemed to be beyond Su Yu's expectations. Su Yu's body was still in the air when he heard a cold voice. You are the first person to force me to reveal my cultivation level. Su Yu was still in the air, but it is a pity that your struggle is futile. Chapter 378. From the corner of his eyes, Shen Kong wore a cold smile. A dangerous glow flickered in his eyes. He was going to deal a heavy blow. The Phoenix Cabinet's master creased her brows, her red lips parting slightly as she tried to stop Su Yu. But suddenly, the Phoenix Cabinet's master seemed to have realized something. She closed her mouth. Futile? Not necessarily. Su Yu's lips curled into a cold, mocking smile. A red glow appeared in his eyes, and a ripple of space appeared. He had been prepared and was waiting to strike. Space control. Creak. A scene that no one could have expected appeared. The 5-colored ring of lightning that had missed Shen Kong and was shooting into the distance was suddenly enveloped by a space energy. Shen Kong froze, his expression changing. He only had time to think, "Oh no," before a space ripple appeared silently behind him. The 5-colored ring of lightning that had missed appeared out of thin air. You. Shen Kong's expression finally changed. With a furious grunt, he tried to dodge again, but he did not have the chance. Shen Kong only had time to think, "Oh no," before the 5-colored ring of lightning struck his back. Rumble. As flames soared into the sky, a thunderous roar reverberated in the plaza filled with 10,000 people. The dust that was kicked up flew hundreds of meters into the air, covering the sky and the sun. It was a shocking sight. The rolling waves, along with the remnants of the lightning arcs, radiated in all directions. The plaza was dead silent. Su Yu had actually succeeded in hitting Shen Kong. Before him, no genius had been able to withstand even one move from him, much less hit him. But today, someone had done it. He had destroyed the legend of Shen Kong being undefeated in one move. The legend that was like a curse had finally been destroyed. At that moment, no one could describe the shock in their hearts. The legend of defeating the enemy in one move had been destroyed. The crowd was cheering wildly, roaring continuously. He did it. You did it. A move that destroyed the legend. Shen Kong, did not defeat Inu in one move. I have witnessed a miracle. I have witnessed a new legend. The crowd was in an uproar like never before. Their cheers, excitement, and shouts melted into an earth-shattering sound, charging into the clouds. But there were also many people who had a different mindset. Many girls who were in love with Shin Kong covered their mouths in disbelief. Their eyes were filled with shock, disappointment, and the unbearable disappointment of a legend being destroyed. Some of the girls could not accept the fact that Shin Kong, who was like a god in their hearts, had defeated his opponent with one move. The cruel reality made them cry on the spot. The legend that stood on the divine altar collapsed with a loud bang. The Phoenix Cabinet's master's eyes revealed a gratified expression. Inu is indeed a rare genius. Unfortunately, there is only one Feng Xian. A trace of pity flashed across her bright eyes. Amidst the excitement of the crowd, the dust on the arena gradually settled. The scene on the screen gradually became clearer. Everyone held their breath and stared at the ring without blinking. Even if Shin Kong's true cultivation base was that of an immortal level 4 peak, it would be impossible for him to remain unscathed from such an attack. He might even be seriously injured. Amidst the blur, a figure stood amidst the dust. It was Palace Master Shin Kong. He didn't fall. No one was surprised by this. Shin Kong's power was deeply ingrained in everyone's hearts. What Su Yu had destroyed was the legend of him defeating his opponent with one move. No one doubted his invincible legend that had never been defeated. No one had the thought of using a surprise attack to defeat Shin Kong. However, when the smoke and dust gradually dissipated, everyone gasped one after another. The ground where Shin Kong was standing had long been shattered by the rings of 5-colored lightning. Not a single part of the ground was intact. The ground, which was full of scars, made it impossible for anyone to deny the terror of the attack. However, in contrast to the terrifying ring, an unbelievable scene appeared. Shin Kong still stood at his original position, unharmed. His black hair fluttered in the wind, his clothes clean and spotless. It was as if the terrifying lightning explosion had not affected him in the slightest bit. How could this be? Mu Tianfang was in disbelief. Under that kind of attack, it is not impossible for him to be seriously injured when he was caught off guard. But how could he be unharmed? Master, what is going on? The Phoenix Cabinet's master looked at Shin Kong and said meaningfully, "This is the reason why I am willing to betroth Feng Xian to him. Other than Shin Kong, no one else in the North Continent is worthy of Shin Kong, not even Inu." Mu Tianfang muttered, "Could it be that he is really invincible?" The wind blew past everyone's hearts, but it could not calm their trembling souls. What kind of power was Shin Kong? It was illogical that he was unharmed by such an attack. Even Su Yu himself had a shocked expression. Your cultivation base is not just immortal level 4 peak. It is immortal level 5. Shreds of a horrifying destructive aura circled around Shin Kong's body. The reason why he was unharmed was because he had completely released his spirit energy at the critical moment. That was the destructive spirit energy that only immortal level 5 could use. Moreover, it was an aura that Suyu was familiar with. Immortal level 5. The crowd was deathly silent. Immortal level 5 was a realm that most fighters could not hope to reach in their entire lives. It was rumored that it was a realm very close to the divine spirit realm. Every movement of the divine spirit realm contained an unimaginable destructive power. Only the masters of the super forces of the North Continent had such abilities. For example, Han Jianglin, immortal level 5 lower tier. For example, the Phoenix Cabinet's master, immortal level 5 lower tier. For example, the Snow Listening Tower's master, immortal level 5 lower tier. The Anua City's master, immortal level 5 lower tier. Immortal level 5 was a realm that the North Continent had to look up to. But Shin Kong, a vice palace master of a force, had actually reached such a frightening realm. He was not weaker than the Phoenix Cabinet's master. It was no wonder that the Phoenix Cabinet's master was willing to betroth Feng Xian to him, to rope in an immortal level 5 fighter. What kind of terrifying assistance was that? Su Yu was also secretly shocked. Shin Kong was unimaginably powerful. When everyone thought that he was only an immortal level 4 upper tier, he had already left all the geniuses behind and was on par with many heaven masters. The so-called geniuses of the North Continent were perhaps just jokes in his eyes. Su Yu took a deep breath. How could he have expected that the opponent he was going to face was in existence at the level of Ling Xiaotian? An indescribable laughter came from Shin Kong's mouth. His head was lowered and his expression could not be seen clearly, but that laughter made one's hair stand on end. Shin Kong was furious. The Heaven Master level existence of the North Continent was furious. The crowd trembled, keeping quiet out of fear. To actually force me to this extent. Shin Kong lifted his head. His calm and warm expression had long since disappeared. What replaced it was an extreme coldness, especially his eyes, which emitted a coldness that could penetrate one's heart. Inu, I admit that I have underestimated you. You are very powerful, even more powerful than I expected. If I give you time, I have no doubt that there will be a day when you will surpass me. Shin Kong was cold and threatening. No one doubted that. Su Yu's stunning talents had undoubtedly announced a fact. In the future, Su Yu would be exceptionally powerful. So, I will not give you time to grow. You are too frightening. Shin Kong's murderous intents were revealed. The exceptional murderous intents, accompanied by the terrifying destructive aura of an immortal level 5 fighter, engulfed the entire place. No, the Phoenix Cabinet's master hurriedly stopped him. This place is not suitable for killing. Many geniuses had been invited by the Phoenix Cabinet. If they were to die here, the Phoenix Cabinet would not be able to escape responsibility. Moreover, you are both Vice Palace Masters of the Empire of Darkness. It would be too much for you to kill each other, the Phoenix Cabinet's master added. But Shin Kong's murderous intents were strong, and he rejected her decisively. No, you do not understand how frightening he is. Do you know what cultivation level he was at when he first came to the Empire of Darkness? Dragon Realm level 5. In just half a year, he went from a nobody to a legendary genius whose name shook the continent. He was a frightening existence that could shake an immortal level 4. Can you imagine what cultivation level he would have in a few more years? These words undoubtedly caused a huge commotion. Many people had heard of Inu's reputation, but not everyone knew of his origins. In just half a year, he had grown from Dragon Realm level 5 to an existence comparable to an immortal level 4. This kind of cultivation talent was unprecedented since ancient times. Today, even if I do not kill him, I will cripple his cultivation level. Even if the palace master comes personally, it will be the same. Shin Kong had made up his mind. The Phoenix Cabinet's master was fearful. They were both immortal level 5 lower tier, and she might not be able to stop Shin Kong. With a flash in her eyes, the Phoenix Cabinet's master changed her tone, saying to Su Yu, Inu, are you not going to apologize? Feng Xian was originally Shin Kong's fiancée. You insisted on snatching her away, which is why you are here today. The Phoenix Cabinet's master spoke at the crucial moment. Her original intention was for Su Yu to admit defeat and obtain Shin Kong's forgiveness. Mu Tianfeng, who was at the side, was secretly anxious. Only then could Su Yu preserve his life. The crowd of 10,000 was silent. The situation had taken a turn for the worse. It had turned from a sparring match into a one-sided provocation by Shin Kong. Su Yu's life depended on a single thought from Shin Kong. Shin Kong shook his head stubbornly. It's useless. Even if I lower my head and apologize, I will not let him off. Today he will either die or have his cultivation level crippled. This was Shen Kong's threat, and it was the threat of a heaven master of the North Continent. The crowd broke out in cold sweat for Suyu. No one could stop Shen Kong. Inu apologized first. The Phoenix Cabinet's master stood up. The most important thing now was to protect Suyu's life. As for his cultivation level, compared to his life and future, it was no longer important. But what they did not expect was for Suyu to quickly calm down after being shocked by Shen Kong's cultivation level. Hearing the Phoenix Cabinet's master's advice, Suyu laughed. What a joke! It is obvious that he wants to harm me. Why do I have to apologize for no reason? Could it be that he will let me off after I apologize? The two rhetorical questions caused the Phoenix Cabinet's master to feel anxious. The situation before her eyes was not something she could control. Suyu's actions would only worsen the situation. Handing my fate to someone else and letting them decide whether I live or die, said Suyu. How self-deceiving is that? How pitiful and hateful. How cowardly and cowardly. Suyu's eyes were filled with a fierce glow. Raising his head to look at the boundless darkness, Suyu's gaze was deep. In the end, it fixed on the snow-cloud celestial sedan chair. Gentleness and determination fused in his eyes. My fate is up to me, Suyu shouted. It is not up to that person, the heavens, or the earth. My fate is in my own hands. Suyu shouted loudly. His sonorous words were like a great bell, cleansing the hearts of the people. The crowd of 10,000 unknowingly sat up straight, looking at the stage. In the midst of despair, in the midst of the rough circumstances, the figure who was unwilling to go against the flow. He was clearly small and skinny, but at that moment, everyone felt an indescribable grandeur. It was as if he was a god of war that could defy even the heavens. Shen Kong, you and I will have our final battle. Life and death will be up to the heavens. Suyu's fierce eyes were burning with an unprecedented fighting spirit. The raging inferno boiled his hot blood, stirred his will, and fused with that soul-stirring resolution. He had not lost. He wanted to fight to the death with Shen Kong. Between them, one was a legendary genius of the North Continent, rising like a comet, piercing through the heavens and stunning an entire era. The other was the undefeated king of the North Continent, an unrivaled legend, unrivaled in power, dominating all the heaven rulers of the North Continent. Between them, who was the new legend? It was Suyu who had defied the heavens and risen, destroying the old legend and creating a new legend that belonged to him. Chapter 379. Life and death is up to the heavens. Hee. Shen Kong laughed coldly. Even at this point, you still dare to say such words. Inu, if I did not have a reason to kill you, I really would not want to kill you. There was unconcealable admiration in his words. The crowd was silent. Life and death, leave it up to fate? With such a great disparity between them, in such a hopeless and hopeless situation, and in such a situation where death was certain, so you could still straighten his back and say that life and death were up to fate. This, what kind of spirit, what kind of courage, what kind of face death with equanimity? Ripples appeared in the Phoenix Cabinet's master's calm heart. She stared at the center of the challenge ring, at the unyielding and defiant figure. She suddenly felt that it was piercing to her eyes. Was it because she had been peaceful for too long? She who had seen the fickleness of the world and the vicissitudes of life was now filled with indescribable feelings. He was touched and full of admiration. Shen Kong. The Phoenix Cabinet's master sighed softly and stood up. Step down. I will protect Inu. He should not die here. Her gaze was calm, and there was no sharpness in her words. However, anyone could feel the will of the Phoenix Cabinet's master. Even if he had to fight with Shen Kong, he had to protect Inu. Shen Kong stopped in his tracks and raised his head to look. His expression kept changing. Shen Kong, Feng Xian is officially betrothed to you. How about we just forget about today's matter? The Phoenix Cabinet's master took a step back. Shin Kong stared at Suyu, his eyes filled with unwillingness and fear. After weighing the pros and cons, Shin Kong nodded his head unwillingly. Forget it. However, there is only one chance. The Phoenix Cabinet's master heaved a sigh of relief and cast a friendly gaze toward Suyu. She could only do this much for Suyu. Everyone's tightly clenched hearts were relieved at this moment as they gasped for breath. The scene just now was truly heart-wrenching. It was fortunate that the Phoenix Cabinet's master was a righteous person and had the thought of a talented person. Hence, Suyu was saved. However, a sudden sentence caused everyone to freeze on the spot. You haven't even asked for my opinion. The voice was clear, and it came from Suyu, who was in the middle of the arena. The Phoenix Cabinet's master had a premonition that something was wrong. What do you mean? Suyu raised his head. His youthful face was filled with determination. This battle I must fight to the end, even if it means the destruction of this world. The crowd was dumbfounded. It wasn't easy for him to preserve his life. So why did he insist on throwing his life away? Even if he knew that it would destroy the world and turn into dust in the passage of time. The Phoenix Cabinet's master could not understand Suyu's stubbornness. Why do you insist on fighting? Suyu smiled. His smile was filled with persistence, determination, and warmth. Her eyes were filled with tenderness as she stared at the snow-cloud celestial sedan chair. Because I came for Xian'er. She is a woman that even my life can't bear. How can we watch her marry someone else? Even if he died, he would fight to the end. This battle is only for Xian. The crowd was shocked. Suyu's reason was actually a woman. Even if he knew that he would die, knew that there was no hope, knew that this was a battle that had already been decided, would he still press forward? For Feng Xian, for a woman, was it worth it? Xian'er, is it really that important to you? Shin Kong raised his head and sighed. I really don't want to kill you. The tens of thousands of spectators were not the only ones who were moved. Even the enemies were deeply moved, vowing to fight to the death for Feng Xian. Countless people looked toward the snow-cloud celestial sedan chair. They looked at the Saint Lady, who had yet to appear and had not said a word. Their eyes were filled with envy. In one's life, if there was a person who did not care about worldly fame and fortune, nor did he care about life and death, but only for love, he would disregard his own safety and fight with vigor. Even if there were millions of people, he would still go forward and fight for his life. How fortunate would such a person be? Feng Xian was someone loved by heaven and earth. A man was willing to do this for her. The Phoenix Cabinet's master was stunned for a moment. Fight for Feng Xian? She was silent for a long time. Then a bitter smile appeared on her lips. You have made up your mind. I will not stop you. You, fight to your heart's content. She felt as if she had returned to her youth. Back then, she was also as beautiful as the sun. She had everything that Feng Xian had. The only thing she did not have was a man who would disregard his own safety for her. At that moment, even she could not hide her envy for her disciple. Without any more obstacles, Suyu's gaze shifted from the snow-cloud celestial sedan chair to Shin Kong. Let's fight. Shin Kong nodded, his eyes filled with complex, murderous intents. You are outstanding. I cannot compare to you. Crippling your cultivation level and letting you live in this world is cruel and disrespectful to you. Thus, I have decided to grant you death. Death was the greatest form of respect for a proud heaven ruler like Suyu. Suyu nodded deeply. You are the same. I will either kill you or let you go. This is the only way. In reality, Suyu really wanted to know why Shin Kong wanted to kill him. There was no hatred between them, but Shin Kong had made it clear that he had to die. Before this, Shin Kong had instructed Deputy Palace Master Xiaoguang to cause trouble at the Inu Manor. The hatred between them had come without rhyme or reason. But all of this was no longer important. Defeating Shin Kong was Su Yu's only goal. The same rules apply. You only have this one chance to attack. Shin Kong stood with his hands behind his back. But this time there will be no exceptions. An immortal realm level 5 was in existence like a heaven master in the North Continent. Any technique Su Yu used would be futile in front of him. He only had one chance. Su Yu understood this. Thus, he had to defeat Shin Kong with one strike. Su Yu took a light breath, his expression solemn. He squatted down, his legs grabbing the ground tightly. Crack, because he had used too much force. The stone surface near his feet was crushed. His feet sank deep into the arena, submerging half his calves. His nerves were tense, his muscles squirming continuously, as though they were rocks that had been tightened. A cool breeze blew past. Under the cover of his clothes, his veins could be seen, as well as his large, tightened muscles. His expression was unprecedentedly serious. Before the fight had even begun, the crowd could feel an indescribable aura. It was as though Su Yu was preparing a terrifying technique. The Phoenix Cabinet's master lifted her head to look at the sky, a hint of shock appearing between her brows. The spirit energy of the Phoenix fort has been stirred. What a powerful force of nature! Whenever an immortal level technique was used, it would be accompanied by a force of nature, whether strong or weak. But the force of nature that Su Yu had caused had already surpassed the scope of an ordinary technique. Suddenly, the flowing spirit energy seemed to have heard the call of nature, all of it gathering toward Su Yu. Without any warning, the rampaging spiritual energy set off a gale that filled the sky. Many fighters were caught off guard, and they were swept into the sky. Even roofs were blown away, the force terrifying. The ferocious spirit energy quickly engulfed Su Yu's head, condensing into liquid form, forming clouds. Spirit energy, cloud layer! The crowd's pupils shrank, losing their voices in shock. So much spirit energy had been condensed. What technique is this? What kind of technique is this? No one could understand what was happening in front of them. Even the Phoenix Cabinet's master was finally moved. Her snow-like eyes flashed with shock. Could it be that this is Buddhist Saints' 8 characters? Bing! A heavenly roar reverberated between the heavens and the earth. It was filled with a nameless rhythm, as though it was an order. The horrifying spirit energy gathered above Su Yu's head, forming the word Bing, 1,000 Chinese feet wide. An endless killing intent, an indescribable heavenly might, shot out from the word Bing. This word was filled with peerless killing intent. Shouts came from the word Bing, filling the heavens and the earth. It was as though the word Bing contained the roars of millions of soldiers and horses. The shocking killing intent was enough to kill the heavens, enough to destroy all life in the world. Crack! The teacup in the hands of the Phoenix Cabinet's master suddenly shattered. Her calm and elegant eyes were filled with a deep seriousness, her throat letting out a low murmur. A legendary level technique! How is this possible? Mu Tianfeng, who was at the side, heard her master's soft murmur. She froze on the spot, as though she had been struck by lightning. A legendary level technique. That was an existence of the legends. It was a technique that could only be cultivated by deities. Su Yu had actually cultivated a deity's technique. The 1,000 Chinese foot word Bing could kill everything. It was filled with a boundless killing intent, compressed within it. Once it exploded, it would destroy everything. Everyone leave the area. No one is allowed to come within 100,000 Chinese feet. Immediately, retreat. The Phoenix Cabinet's master's eyelids twitched. She regained her senses, her expression changing as she hurriedly gave the order. Hearing this, the crowd sensed the severity of the situation. The suppressed killing intent within the word Bing caused their hearts to palpitate. Once it was unleashed, they would be crushed to pieces if they were too close. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. figures charged into the sky, scattering in all directions in a hurry. They escaped 100,000 Chinese feet away, watching from afar. Let's go as well. The Phoenix Cabinet's master grabbed Mu Tianfeng, retreating 10,000 Chinese feet away as well. This was the first time Mu Tianfeng saw fear in her master's eyes. Master, how powerful is this attack of his? Mu Tianfeng swallowed hard, her eyes unable to leave Suyu. That kid, whom she had almost captured as a thief, could actually cause her master to fear him. The Phoenix Cabinet's master stared at the word Bing, her expression solemn as she shook her head. This is the first time I have seen a legendary level technique. I have no way of knowing how powerful this attack is. The only thing I know is that if I were to receive it head-on, there would be no other outcome other than death. Even surviving with serious injuries would be a miracle. Shin Kong has lost, the Phoenix Cabinet's master said, her clear eyes staring at Suyu without blinking. Suyu, who was only a junior in her eyes, was actually hiding such frightening power. Mu Tianfeng's mind felt like it was being struck by lightning, her mouth dry. He can kill master? She had thought that Suyu could at most threaten her master, but in the end, this attack was more than enough to kill her master. Inu was too powerful. He was so powerful that it made people feel suffocated and hopeless. On the arena, Shen Kong's expression was stiff, his eyes flickering violently. Deep within his pupils, it was overflowing with fear. That confidence, that arrogance, that aura of a king that looked down on the world, had all disappeared at that moment. Divine. Words. Technique. Technique. Shin Kong clenched his teeth, suppressing his body from trembling. For words escaped from between his teeth. A legendary level technique. A divine technique that disregarded the suppression of levels. This kind of divine technique that should not exist in the Jinlong continent was actually controlled by Suyu. An aura of death encircled his mind. Shin Kong knew that he could not block this attack. Chapter 380. A deep sense of defeat welled up in his heart. He was strong, but Suyu was stronger. Suyu was the true king of the heaven rulers of the North Continent. He was the true king of all geniuses. Inu, this battle is not over. The word Bing was heard, and the universe was silent. The frequency of the murderous roar was too fast, exceeding the limits of what the human ear could capture. The crowd could not hear the murderous roar. They could only see the nothingness. With Suyu at the center, the shattered arena silently turned into dust as if it was made of tofu, drifting into the sky. The ground beneath the arena disintegrated layer by layer, forming a huge crater. The preparation area, the stairs, the railings, the gate, the walls, the stone chairs that the crowd had sat on, the observation platform that the Phoenix Cabinet's master had sat on. Everything seemed to dissipate like smoke, disappearing inch by inch before everyone's eyes, turning into dust that drifted in the air. In the blink of an eye, the huge arena had turned into a bottomless crater that was 10,000 feet wide. Everything was destroyed, leaving nothing behind. When the murderous roar finally dissipated, what appeared before the crowd was a bottomless crater that was 10,000 feet wide, as well as 50,000 feet of ground that was filled with cracks. 10,000 feet away, the crowd gasped, their hearts in shock. Due to their fear, it was difficult for them to make a sound. Suyu's attack had toppled everything they knew. At that moment, there was absolute silence. Only the soft sound of the dust falling could be heard. After a long time, the sound of people gasping could be heard from the crowd. Yi knew he is really only 16 years old. No one could believe that this was done by a youth who had yet to reach adulthood. After a moment, the dust settled, and the ruins and empty arena appeared clearly before their eyes. The ghastly and terrifying scene caused everyone's hearts to tremble. Above the crater, a silver-haired figure stood alone in the air. Looking at his back, anyone would feel respect from the bottom of their hearts. Since ancient times, when had there ever been such a world-shaking genius in the Phoenix meet? top geniuses like Wei Qilin and Zhongwan would be the kings of the heaven rulers in any era. But this time, not only had they appeared, there was also the supreme king who stood above the heaven rulers, the rumored undefeated legend, Shin Kong. He had created a peak era. However, to everyone's surprise, a group of dark horses appeared out of nowhere. He had destroyed Shin Kong's undefeatable legend and created the strongest battle record in history. As a young man, even the Phoenix Cabinet's master had to retreat when he reached the level of a heaven master. No matter how many generations passed, no one could surpass such a legendary figure that shocked the annals of history. All of them had witnessed with their own eyes a legendary genius who could suppress an era. No matter how many years passed, they would never be able to forget it. Everyone's attention was focused on Su Yu. It was as if Su Yu was standing above billions of living beings, and he was being worshipped by them. After that day, Su Yu's name would be on par with the continent's heaven masters. He would become a legend that the later generations would never be able to surpass. Did I win? Su Yu's voice was hoarse, and it was extremely ear-piercing. His entire body was exhausted, as if all his strength and spiritual energy had been sucked dry. He swayed in the air and landed on the edge of the bottomless abyss. He didn't immediately recuperate. His weary eyes burned with the light of hope. He quickly swept his eyes over the crowd, searching for the figure he had worked so hard for. As if understanding his gaze, the crowd quietly made way. A snow-cloud celestial sedan chair, filled with a holy aura, stood there quietly. Inside was the woman Su Yu had yearned for in his dreams. "Sienna, I won. Come out and meet me." Su Yu endured the burning sensation in his throat and said with difficulty. He believed that even though he was wearing a mask, even though his face had changed beyond recognition, Sienna would definitely be able to recognize that Yin was Su Yu. However, the snow-cloud celestial sedan chair was silent for a long time before a gentle voice could be heard. The voice was beautiful and pleasant, like the voice of a celestial being. Hearing it, one felt that one's heart was empty and filled with a holy aura. Sorrow, anger, joy, and happiness, all of these emotions had disappeared. In one's heart, there was only that holy feeling. "I'm sorry, but I will only marry Shin Kong. You can leave." The holy voice was ethereal, but it was completely emotionless. The indifference that kept people at a distance caused the expressions of many to change. Their gazes toward Su Yu were filled with sympathy and pity. He had fought to the death for Sienna. Could it be that Feng Xian was not touched in the least? Why was she so heartless? Su Yu froze on the spot. That voice was ethereal and contained a deep meaning. It was like Sienna's voice, but at the same time it was not. He could not tell if it was Sienna. "Come out. I only want to meet you once." Su Yu repeated. The Phoenix Cabinet's master sighed silently, feeling sorry for Shin Kong. Her gaze landed on the snow-cloud celestial sedan chair. "Fenger, Shin Kong is dead. Reconsider." A calm voice came from the snow-cloud celestial sedan chair. "Shin Kong is not dead. Yin Yu has lost." The crowd was shocked. Amidst that earth-shattering murderous voice, Shin Kong's corpse was not left. There was no way for him to survive. Su Yu turned his head, activating his crystalline pupils. His expression gradually changed. The Phoenix Cabinet's master also turned to look. She was confused for a moment, then said seriously, "That is, in the sky above the bottomless abyss, a bronze mask floated in the air, rising slowly. Everything in the arena had turned to dust, but the bronze mask was safe and sound." Creak! A ripple of space came from the bronze mask. After that, as everyone gasped in shock, a strange scene appeared. The bronze mask glowed with a green light, and a figure appeared behind the mask. Shin Kong! The undefeatable legend, Shin Kong. That figure was him without a doubt. The only difference was that his handsome face was hidden behind the mask. He was completely unharmed. The Phoenix Cabinet's master stared at the mask, her expression gradually changing. Middle grade divine artifact, eternal mask. What? Middle grade divine artifact? Countless people gasped. Yin had a middle grade divine artifact, and Shen Kong had one as well. But the crowd knew the origin of Yu's silver bow. But where did Shen Kong's divine artifact come from? The Empire of Darkness's sub-palace only had one middle-grade palace garrison divine artifact. How could they give Shen Kong another one? But everyone understood that it was this divine artifact that had sucked Shen Kong into that deadly attack, allowing him to avoid the disaster and escape unscathed. The hearts of countless people sank. Didn't possessing such a divine artifact mean that Shen Kong was undefeatable? As long as it was not beneficial to him, he would immediately enter the divine artifact. Who in the world could do anything to him? On the other hand, Su Yu's previous attack had clearly used up all of his spirit energy and stamina. His throat was also severely affected. It could be said that he was completely exhausted and could not use it a second time. Under such circumstances, how could he fight Shen Kong, who was completely unscathed? The one who had lost was Yu. He had lost this battle, lost the woman he loved, and lost his life. As expected, "I cannot let you live," said Shen Kong. "You have forced me to this extent. If I had known this would happen, I would have killed you at all costs the first time I met you." He had a serious expression, filled with murderous intent. No one could stop him anymore. Su Yu had to die. The crowd was confused. Could it be that Shen Kong and Su Yu already had a grudge? Everyone looked toward Su Yu and realized that his gaze was fixed on Shen Kong's mask, his expression unprecedentedly serious. "So it's you." Su Yu bit his teeth, his heart filled with shock. Bronze mask, bronze mask. Su Yu would never forget the mysterious leader of the Blackwater Pirates in the Inu area. As the leader of the Blackwater Pirates, he had massacred them after making use of them. He had then chased after Tu Long and Su Yu, allowing them to escape. At that time, Su Yu was like an ant in front of him, without any ability to retaliate. To be able to escape and ascend to the heavens was a blessing. Su Yu was clear about this person's motive. He wanted to use the Blackwater Pirates to excavate the underground tomb in the Inu area and obtain the so-called door. From what Su Yu knew, that door was the target of a group of mysterious plated bamboo hat men. Behind the plated bamboo hat men was an invincible existence comparable to the King of Darkness, the Ninth Saint Master. The leader of the Blackwater Pirates was a subordinate of the Ninth Saint Master. However, the leader was actually Shen Kong. He was a spy of the Empire of Darkness. "Looks like you have already recognized me." Shen Kong's eyes were filled with murderous intent. No wonder Shen Kong was so determined to kill Su Yu. No wonder he had sent people to provoke Su Yu. Everything was clear now. Shen Kong was the leader who had searched for the mysterious door. In his eyes, the treasures in the underground tomb had been plundered by Su Yu. That door was definitely in Su Yu's hands. That was the main reason he wanted to kill Su Yu. "So I cannot let you live." Shen Kong was filled with murderous intent as he approached. The Phoenix Cabinet's master's expression changed. But she was too far away. How could she save Su Yu in time? Su Yu was exhausted. His body was empty of spirit energy. How could he fight Shen Kong at his peak? He had lost this match. He had lost this match. He had lost his life. And he had lost Sienna, looking at the snow-cloud celestial sedan chair in front of him, looking at Sienna who was just inches away, looking at Sienna who was within reach but far away. Su Yu's heart was in turmoil. From the misunderstanding at the Twilight Mountains, to the engagement at their second meeting, to the disaster at the Duke of Xianyu's palace, to their reunion at the Fenghuang Valley, and their parting at the Xianyu prefecture, he had thought that after their reunion he would bring Sienna far away. He had thought that from then on they would never be separated. He had thought that from then on he would give Sienna a promise of a future. But the truth was that Sienna had fallen in love with someone else. Even before she died, she was unwilling to see Su Yu. She was only willing to marry Shin Kong, the person who wanted to kill him. Why had he chased her from Sheniwe Island to the Jinlong continent, from the Xianyun sect to the 100 Territories Alliance, from the Empire of Darkness to the North Continent? Why had he increased his abilities, step by step, all for the sake of controlling his own fate, to give him and Sienna a future that no one could affect? However, the reality was so cruel. He was going to die at the hands of Shen Kong, and Sienna was going to throw herself into Shen Kong's embrace. Dissatisfaction, grief, and anger surged in his heart like a raging wave. Why? He had already worked so hard, fought so hard, but the heavens had given him such a fate. The woman he loved had thrown herself into someone else's embrace, and he was going to die in front of her. Before he died, even the chance to see her was taken away. All the hard work he had put in had turned into bubbles in front of fate. The heavens were making fools of people, and fate was unfair. Su Yu's heart went from disappointment to grief, from grief to dissatisfaction, and from dissatisfaction to anger. Why did fate have to shackle him, give him so many hardships, and give him such a tragic end? His life had only been a short 3 years, but he had been oppressed by fate, oppressed by unfairness, and made fools of by fate. Chapter 381. The pair of black eyes that had always been deep and calm was gradually filled with a dark red color. Together with his silver hair in the wind, he looked like a demon who had gone berserk. That unwillingness to accept fate, unwillingness to be oppressed, and unwillingness to defy heavens will suddenly exploded. A formless energy circled around Su Yu's body. Heaven and earth rumbled. Thunder roared. An indescribable pressure descended from the endless 9 heavens. It was as if even heaven was startled, suppressing this heaven-defying will. What a powerful defying will! It actually affected the will of heaven! The master of the Phoenix Cabinet lost her voice in shock, looking up at the changing sky, her expression grave. Mu Tianfang also raised her head and looked up, feeling the pressure that came from the heavens. Her heart jumped. Master! What is going on? Who was the one who released this pressure? Who was above the 9 heavens? The master of the Phoenix Cabinet looked deep into the sky, her gaze flickering. There is no one. This will is the will of heaven. Even though the world is big, it is not bigger than heaven and earth. Be it the many islands or the Jinlong continent, all of the fighters are bound to heaven and earth. Anyone who dares to break free from heaven and earth will be suppressed by heaven. Heaven, Mu Tianfang was extremely shocked. Did heaven really exist in this world? The power of a fighter surpasses that of mortals. Level 9 of the Martial Path, Level 7 of the Holy King, Level 7 of the Dragon Realm, Level 5 of the Immortal Realm. With every step, one's power increases. When one reaches Level 5 of the Immortal Realm, one can even contend with the power of heaven and earth. If one takes another step, one can stand shoulder to shoulder with heaven and earth, surpassing the restraints of heaven and earth, disrupting the natural order. Thus, heaven and earth will not allow the existence of someone who has surpassed the immortal realm. Anyone who appears will be punished by heaven. Mu Tianfang muttered, but Yin Yu has not reached level 5 of the immortal realm. How could he have surpassed the immortal realm? Why would he be suppressed by heaven? The master of the Phoenix Cabinet said seriously, to surpass the restraints of heaven, other than cultivation level, there is another thing. That is, divine decree. When one's divine decree is strong enough to interfere with heaven's fate, one will be punished by heaven. Not only has Su Yu's divine decree reached divine grade, it has also merged with his comprehension. It looks like he is about to break through the restraints and reach divine grade. If the divine decree was too strong, it would defy the heavens and would incur the wrath of the heavens. Mu Tianfang was even more puzzled. Pure divine grade. But Feng Xian has also integrated her own understanding and reached the level of pure divine grade. Her words and actions are filled with holiness and purity. Why hasn't she been punished by the heavens? The Phoenix Cabinet's master looked at Suyu deeply, her eyes filled with an indescribable admiration. That is because the comprehension he has fused with is the reverse decree. It is the defying will that even heaven and earth fear. Foam Xian's pure divine, grade divine decree only has a pure and holy aura. It does not interfere with the order of heaven and earth. However, Suyu is combining the will of defying all living beings. No one knows what kind of thing a pure returning divine, grade divine decree would be like. What kind of injustice did a person have to bear to be able to release a rebellious intent that even the heavens feared? Mu Tianfang was deeply moved. At this moment, this scene was the most depressing, most indignant, and most despairing of a person's life. Su Yu's divine decree, which had been stagnant for a long time, had finally made new progress. After a night of comprehension at the Forgotten World Pavilion, Su Yu felt that his divine decree was lacking something. Now, in the midst of his great sorrow, Su Yu's thoughts were clear. He finally knew what his divine decree was lacking. What he lacked was his own willpower. His divine decree had been born from the heavenly finger of the elder in the mural. Even though it had changed beyond recognition, it was still unable to break away from the traces of imitation. No matter how strong it was still someone else's divine decree. Hence, reaching the divine grade was the limit. Now that his thoughts were clear, Su finally understood the reason why his divine decree had stagnated. It lacked his own willpower. Only by fusing his willpower could it be considered a divine decree that truly belonged to him, reaching the next realm of the divine decree, the pure divine decree. Yun Yazi had once said that the divine grade was the lowest level of the divine decree. Hence, the pure divine decree meant that Suyu had successfully stepped onto a new level, transcending mortality and returning to purity. Suyu's divine decree had undergone a metamorphosis from mortality to purity. One was an imitation of the divine decree. The other was a divine decree filled with his defying will. Suyu's mind was clear, his thoughts connected to heaven and earth. He had once been confused about the divine decree, but now everything was clear and smooth. However, just as Suyu was comprehending a brand new divine decree, a mysterious willpower forcefully interfered, waking him from his empty state. That willpower was extremely strong, as vast as heaven and earth. In front of it, Suyu could not resist and was forced out of his comprehension. At the same time, from the endless 9 heavens, a mighty voice came from all directions. The heavenly laws must not be messed with. The divine power must not be violated. The mighty voice spread across millions of miles of mountains and rivers. That was heaven, the ruler of the unseen world, the ancient will of heaven and earth, issuing a warning. Within 1,000,000 miles, all the martial artists were shocked and dumbfounded. Wherever the voice of heaven passed, they felt a sense of insignificance. It was as if the owner of that voice could cause them to fall to dust with just a single will. The mountains, rivers, grass, and trees were silent. The wild wind in the forest stopped abruptly. The pursuing demonic beasts trembled and crawled. The rivers stopped flowing, silent. The ocean was calm, the giant waves calmed. Time and space seemed to stop. Heaven and earth seemed to be silent. The Jinlong continent, the endless ocean, every corner of heaven and earth reverberated. That was clearly the voice of heaven. That was a warning to Suyu, a warning to all living beings in heaven and earth. Those who defied heaven would be destroyed. Everyone on the continent was shocked. In the middle continent, at the headquarters of the Empire of Darkness, there was a tall mountain that pierced through the clouds. At the peak of the cliff, an imposing man stood alone in the sky. He stood with his hands clasped behind his back, standing high above the clouds. His feet stepped on the land, and above his head was a boundless blue sky. It was as if he was the only one in heaven and earth. His black cloak fluttered, even though there was no wind, swirling like the clouds, accentuating his imposing figure to be boundlessly domineering. Heaven has raged, and the defiance of heaven has come forth. My path is not lonely. That imposing face was filled with a gratified expression. He needs a helping hand. That pair of eyes that were as sharp as peerless arrows shot out a beam of divine light. The light was like a rainbow, emitting a power that could destroy the world. The beam of light pierced through the clouds, reaching the depths of the 9 heavens. At that moment, the mighty voice of heaven stopped abruptly, as if it had encountered a peerless attack. Heaven and earth returned to normal. The rivers surged, and everything returned to normal. With a glance, he could sever the voice of heaven. Who was he? He stood above the human world, looking down on all living beings, defying heaven. In the dark forest, on an ancient mountain peak, a priest shrouded in 9 colors sat cross-legged. The 9-colored divine light covered his body, concealing his aura. However, at the foot of the mountain, there were thousands of demonic beasts crawling. At the very front was an immortal realm level 5 peak demonic beast emperor, a divine bird. It crawled under the feet of the 9-colored divine light priest, trembling uncontrollably. It was as if the 9-colored priest was the ruler of all living beings. Rumble! The mighty voice of heaven rumbled. The 9-colored priest opened his eyes. A beam of divine light burst forth, and the thousands of demonic beasts roared in shock. The 9-colored priest raised his head to look at the sky. His voice was old and emotionless, just like the voice of heaven and earth. The defiance of heaven and earth shall be punished. At that moment, the voice of heaven stopped abruptly. The 9-colored priest looked toward the middle continent, indifferent and emotionless, changing the secrets of heaven, disturbing the laws of heaven. I, the Holy Master, will kill you personally. Creak! With a flash of the 9-colored light, the 9-colored priest disappeared. At the venue of the Phoenix Cabinet, thousands of people were silent, listening to the warning of heaven and earth. The hearts of countless people trembled in fear. Even someone as strong as the Phoenix Cabinet's master was trembling, her eyes filled with an indescribable fear. Shen Kong gasped, looking at Suyu with a gaze filled with deep fear. Just what kind of person was he fighting? His rebellious intent had actually caused heaven and earth to suppress him. Luckily, with heaven's suppression, Suyu quickly retreated from that terrifying transformation. His path to returning to nature had been forcefully severed by heaven. Suyu looked toward the depths of heaven, his eyes filled with murderous intent. What crime have I committed? Suyu roared. I, Inu, only wish for a lifetime of peace. Why are you forcing me, trying to kill me? It was one thing for his life to be full of ups and downs. He had broken through the shackles of the divine decree to survive, but heaven had revealed itself, severing his path to returning to nature, severing his path to survival. How hateful, detestable, and despicable was heaven! I do not believe it. I am not willing. I am not willing. You can forget about suppressing me with your will alone. Not only did Suyu not compromise, his rebellious intent deepened. His dark red eyes were filled with a boundless rebellious intent. If heaven forsakes me, I would rather become a demon. The phrase "become a demon" shook everyone's hearts, piercing through the heavens and into heaven. It was as if the crowd could see, under the suppression of heaven, a human defying the heavens and becoming a demon. Divine decree, appear! The veins on Suyu's neck pulsed, his face flushed red. His dark red eyes were filled with a peerless cold light. Buzz, buzz, crack! On the surface of his body, purple lightning and white cold energy flowed out at the same time. His divine decree was mainly ice and thunder. I defy heaven's will, revealing the path to returning to nature. Go. Buzz, 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 heaven and earth shook. Su Yu's body trembled violently, his throat letting out a painful roar. It was as if something was being stripped from his body. That was the divine decree, the ice and thunder divine decree. Pop! With a soft sound, the ice and thunder left Su Yu's body, turning into two balls of light and entering the darkness. Heaven was suppressing him, but he wanted to defy it and return to nature under the eyes of heaven. At that moment, a thunderous roar came from deep within heaven. Su Yu's actions had angered heaven. As long as I have a breath, my will not cease. Divine decree, return to nature. Su Yu roared. At that moment, heaven and earth rumbled. In the boundless sky, two incomparably strange eyes actually appeared. One was dark purple, glowing with a mysterious light. The other was ice white, glowing with a cold divine light. A pair of giant eyes hung above the 9 heavens, overlooking all life. It was as if they were heaven's eyes monitoring the world. This scene shook everyone's heart. Could Su Yu's divine decree be to take away the heaven's eyes and use Su Yu's eyes to replace heaven's eyes to survey the world? How rebellious was that? How was he defying heaven? Rumble, a boundless roar, came from deep within the 9 heavens. Su Yu had completely angered the ruler of the unseen world. Boom, a shapeless vortex descended. An ancient 9-story pagoda slowly descended from the vortex, from the 9 heavens. Rumble. The descent of the ancient pagoda caused the world to tremble. Angry waves rippled across the vast ocean. Every living creature trembled in fear from the depths of their souls. The Jinlong continent, the vast ocean, every corner of heaven and earth sunk into an indescribable pressure. It was as if the ancient pagoda could destroy this world. When the heaven-defying emperor appears, all laws will punish him. If you go against the heavens, you shall be destroyed. A mighty, heavenly voice came from the ancient pagoda. Everyone looked over. At the peak of the ancient pagoda, in the midst of the destructive aura, a young man in ancient clothes was sitting with his eyes closed. Next to him, a divine sword that could destroy the world was stabbed into the ancient tower. The peerless sword radiance exuded a supreme, killing intent. With just a glance, everyone felt as if they had already died 1,000,000 times. This was a sword that could destroy the world. The young man's eyes were still closed, as if he was an ancient corpse. However, his body was emitting a terrifying aura that had never been seen in the Jinlong continent. Looking at him, the crowd had a feeling that once he opened his eyes, all living things in the Jinlong continent would be slaughtered. Whoosh! A destructive aura suddenly descended. The heavenly eye that Su Yu had condensed shook violently and quickly dimmed. Crack! Without any resistance, the unformed heavens eye shattered in the air. At the same time, the destructive energy charged toward Su Yu, intending to turn him into dust. Shin Kong was shocked by the ancient pagoda, the young man and the divine sword. But Su Yu's death was as he wished. To die at the hands of the heavens, you can die without regrets. Shin Kong said from the bottom of his heart, how glorious was it to die at the hands of the heavens. Su Yu looked up at the destructive energy at the ancient pagoda, his rebellious intent unquenchable. If there is a next life, I will definitely destroy the heavens. His mighty words transformed into a heaven-defying sword, traveling against the current and resounding through the heavens. He would rather die than submit. But at that moment, a divine light pierced through the heavens, through the continent, and through time and space. Creak! The descending destructive energy was instantly destroyed. At the same time, the divine light shot toward the ancient pagoda in the heavens. Rumble! The world-shaking ancient pagoda shook violently. A furious roar came from within the vortex. The ancient pagoda was slowly sucked into the vortex, retreating. The nameless vortex quickly disappeared, and the world regained its clarity. The ancient pagoda had been forced back. The punishment of the heavens had been forcefully severed. Who was it? What kind of powerful being would go against the heavens, forcing them back? But no matter who it was, Suyu was saved. Seizing the opportunity, Suyu bellowed, "Divine decree! Pure divine decree!" Buzz, buzz, buzz. The heavenly eyes that had disappeared reformed once again. This time there was no heavenly clan elder, and it quickly solidified. In an instant, it became a pair of giant eyes that spanned across the heavens, one purple and one white, overlooking the earth, emitting a power that could destroy the world. It hung behind Suyu, making his slender figure look like the king of Brahma. At that moment, it was as if Suyu had become the heavens that controlled everything. Suyu laughed. His laughter was hoarse, but it was extremely penetrating, landing in the hearts of everyone present. Countless people swallowed hard, their hearts trembling in fear. The current Suyu was very frightening as a demon. The pure divine decree had been successfully cultivated. It contained a rebellious intent, forcefully breaking through under the suppression of the heavens. My life is up to me. If anyone tries to stop me, I fight them. If the heavens try to stop me, I fight the heavens. Suyu laughed, his voice raspy. Silver hair, red eyes, and a rebellious intent. It was as if a heavenly demon had been born. After laughing for a long time, Suyu lowered his head. In the sky, the heavenly eyes that spanned tens of thousands of miles also followed Suyu's eyes, slowly turning. It was eerie and frightening. Shin Kong, it's time for the grudge between us to come to an end. Shin Kong's body trembled. He looked at Suyu and the heavenly eyes behind him, filled with shock and fear. Escape! Shin Kong did not even hesitate, turning to escape. That was an eye that even the heavens could not suppress. He was no match for it. Creak! The space shimmered, and Shin Kong's body disappeared, entering the eternal mask. That was a self-contained space. Unless the middle-grade divine artifact, the eternal mask, was destroyed, it would not harm Shin Kong in the slightest. Suyu's expression was indifferent, his red eyes filled with killing intent. He let out a distant voice. Heavenly divine eyes. Rumble. Chapter 382. Creak. The heavenly eyes glowed brightly, shooting out two beams of divine light, one purple and one white. It had already broken away from the boundaries of ice and thunder. It did not contain the power of thunder or the power of ice, only pure destructive power. Once the divine light appeared, the sky rumbled and the earth shook. All living things within 10,000 miles prostrated themselves. It was as if the ancient tower of heaven had returned. The people of the Phoenix Cabinet were all overwhelmed with fear and shock, unable to be any more shocked. This was the pure divine decree that Suyu had cultivated in defiance of the natural order. Was that still within the boundaries of the human race? It could fight against the might of the heavens. Whoosh! The divine light pierced tens of thousands of feet, drawing countless afterimages in the sky. Ignoring space and time, Shen Kong was struck by the divine light the moment he hid within the eternal mask. Creak! The world-shaking divine light, the eternal divine artifact. The expected collision did not happen. The divine light pierced through the eternal mask. Ah, no. A cry of alarm came from within the eternal mask. Following that, the space shook, and the divine light shot out from within the mask. At the same time, the divine light pierced through a figure, shooting toward the horizon. Looking over, that figure was Shen Kong, who had hidden within the space of the mask. His chest had been pierced by two beams of divine light, his flesh churning. His entire body was engulfed in purple and white flames, burning fiercely. The intense pain caused Shin Kong's handsome face to contort, making him look ferocious. "Inu, stop!" Shin Kong roared in pain. Suyu was unmoved. When Shen Kong had wanted to kill him back then, had he held back? Now that he wanted to kill Suyu, had he held back? Suyu had never been merciful to his enemies. Slap! He raised his hand and snapped his fingers. With a puff, Shin Kong turned into ashes, scattering into the sky. The roars stopped abruptly. Ding! The mask seemed to have lost its owner, falling to the ground with a clear sound. The entire place was silent. They looked at the drifting ashes in shock. That was Shin Kong's ashes. Even if he had hidden within the space, even if he had hidden within the divine artifact, he could not escape from the heavenly eyes. He was a heaven master of the North Continent. Just like that, he had been silently and easily erased from the world by the heavenly eyes. The Phoenix Cabinet's master's colorful eyes were filled with terror. In her heart, after being silent for so many years, she felt a rare fear of death. Shin Kong's death made her, who was also a heaven master, understand that even an immortal level 5 did not mean eternal life. There were many beings in the world that could kill them, such as Inu. Shin Kong was dead. He had vanished from the world. All of his grudges had vanished into thin air. The once invincible legend of the Northern Continent had fallen in the end. The pinnacle battle of the Northern Continent had been witnessed by tens of thousands of people. The clash of 2 generations of legends had ended in death. A new generation of mythical king was born. Silver Feather, the legendary genius who had founded the Northern Continent for thousands of years. He was the true king who had suppressed countless generations of sky prides. He was the invincible legend. In the Northern Continent, there was no one in the same generation that could compete with him. No, even a heaven master would be stepped on by this king of geniuses. Tonight was an unforgettable memory. Everyone here, even if they were old, even if they were about to pass away, they would not forget today's battle. They would not forget to personally witness the birth of a legendary king. Shwa! Suyu raised his hand and grabbed, holding the eternal mask in his palm. It was a simple bronze color, marked by the vicissitudes of time, and there were faintly discernible ripples in the space. "It belongs to me," Suyu said as if there was no one else present, keeping it in his robes. No one disobeyed this action, and no one had any thoughts of snatching it away. Even if it was a middle-grade divine artifact, the divine artifact of a super faction of the Northern Continent. Even the Phoenix Cabinet's master only hesitated for a moment before giving up on trying to stop him. To her, the Eternal Mask was also an exceptional divine artifact. With it, there were only a few people who could harm her. But so what if she obtained it? In front of the heavenly eyes, the Eternal Mask was nothing. Suyu took a step forward, arriving in front of the snow-cloud celestial sedan chair. They were 100 feet apart, only 100 feet. After a few life and death situations, he had finally crossed 100 feet. "Come out," Suyu said apathetically. His dark red eyes were cold and merciless. He only wanted to see Sienna one last time, ask her clearly, and sever their ties with the mortal world. The crowd was silent, staring at this final moment. Inu had defied the heavens, seeking life in the face of death, all for Feng Xian. Now, the dust had finally settled. Would Feng Xian follow him from now on, or would she reject him and become a stranger in the mortal world? The eyes of countless women were filled with jealousy and envy. Even her master, the Phoenix Cabinet's master, found it difficult to let go. To have such a person in one's life, what more could one ask for? A dragon among men, the king of the youths, yet he dared to go against the heavens, seeking life in a desperate situation, without any hesitation, just to see her. Which woman would not be envious of such a lover? In fact, in the hearts of many women, Feng Xian might not be worthy of such an outstanding youth. "Even though you won, I do not wish to marry you. Leave." His voice was calm, but it was unusually resolute. She had rejected him. What a heartless woman, Zhongwan said. Jiang Mufei's eyes were filled with jealousy. Exactly. Inu risked his life and went against the heavens just to see her. But this is the result. Many women secretly heaved a sigh of relief, their moods a little better. If Inu really married Feng Xian, they would be disappointed. The Phoenix Cabinet's master calmly said, "Feng Shin Kong is already dead." Inu is deeply in love with you. Why reject him? A holy aura floated out from the snow-cloud, celestial sedan chair. She was like a high and mighty fairy, elegant and dignified, not to be messed with. Master, I understand that Sir Inu is deeply in love with me, but I cannot accept someone I do not love. Sir Inu, please find someone else to love. Even though her words were tactful, there was a sense of superiority and arrogance, as if she was looking down on others. It was as if Su Yu was deeply in love with her, and it was only right. I only wish to see you, Su Yu repeated for the last time. An elegant voice floated out from the snow-cloud, celestial sedan chair. Since you do not love me, why meet me? Sir, please return. She was not even willing to meet him. Jiang Mufei creased her nose. What a hypocritical woman, pretending to be reserved. If she rejected Su Yu, so what if she came out and rejected him? She insisted on sitting in the sedan chair, thinking she was noble. Only then could she show her vanity in rejecting the legendary king. Zhong Wan creased his brows, a little unhappy. Inu is so deeply in love. Why does he love such a woman? It is not worth it. Those with high emotional intelligence could sense that Feng Xian was intentionally being reserved. In front of all the geniuses of the North Continent, and even when the legendary king was begging her, she was not willing to meet him. It was obvious that she was being deliberate. After this incident, her name would definitely spread far and wide. Su Yu had defeated the geniuses of the North Continent, but Feng Xian was not allowed to meet him. Feng Xian would undoubtedly be praised greatly. The Phoenix Cabinet's master also sensed her disciple's intentions, creasing her brows. She was about to berate her when Su Yu moved. Thump! Su Yu raised his palm and struck the snow-cloud celestial sedan chair. At once, the beautiful and noble celestial sedan chair was torn into pieces. The unicorn that was grazing leisurely at the side neighed and retreated in shock. His attack was so sudden that no one had expected it. Within the celestial sedan chair, a beautiful figure was caught off guard. She staggered and almost fell to the ground. The crowd looked over, their eyes filled with shock. It was a woman in a snow-white robe. Her dress was as white as snow, and she looked like a fairy. Her long black hair flowed down her back, fluttering in the wind. She had a classic face, her facial features as exquisite as if they were carved. She had bright eyes, white teeth, a fine nose, and red lips. Her skin was like snow, her bones like jade. Her figure was graceful, her figure beautiful. No matter from which angle she looked at it, she was an unparalleled beauty. The pure and holy aura that naturally circulated around her body gave this fairy-like beauty an extra sense of otherworldly immortality. It was as if she was a fairy that had descended from the heavens, noble, holy, and elegant. Once she appeared, all the women present felt ashamed of their inferiority. Feng Xian was too beautiful, so beautiful that she did not seem like a woman of the mortal world. At this moment, Feng Xian stabilized her figure. She was expressionless, her eyes cold. Mr. Inu, why must you force me? A melon that is forcefully picked will not be sweet. You should understand this. As she spoke, she took light steps and brushed past Su Yu, not looking him in the eye. Feng Xian paused, her back facing Su Yu as she sighed. Mr. Inu, I will accept your kindness, but I do not love you. Regretfully, I thud, 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 but the sound of distant footsteps could be heard from behind her. Su Yu walked toward the Phoenix Cabinet's master. His cold, disappointed, and complicated eyes once again glowed with a dazzling light. Phoenix Cabinet's master, where is Siener? Where is the Siener I am looking for? Su Yu's tone was agitated, excited, and joyful. Feng Xian was not Siener. As expected, it was not Siener. Su Yu felt ashamed and blamed himself. He should have known that Feng Xian was not Siener. He had actually suspected that Siener had fallen in love with someone else. The Phoenix Cabinet's master was confused. Xianer, isn't the Xianer you are looking for Feng Xian? The crowd also opened their eyes wide. This, the woman that Inu had gone through so many hardships and gone through so many life and death situations to meet, was not Feng Xian. Feng Xian stopped in her tracks, her indifferent face turning slightly rigid. The crowd was completely silent. The sudden turn of events had caught them off guard. Su Yu shook his head. No, I am looking for Xianer, Qin Xianer. At this point, Su Yu finally understood. Shen Kong calling Xianer was a nickname for Feng Xian, and Su Yu's Xianer was Qin Xianer's real name. He had always thought that Feng Xian was Qin Xianer's nickname in the Phoenix Cabinet. Now it seemed that Feng Xian was Feng Xianer's real name. Such a blunder, such a misunderstanding, made Su Yu blush with shame. Qin Xianer? Who is she? The crowd did not understand, their faces blank. Even the disciples of the Phoenix Cabinet were shocked. They had never heard of a female disciple called Xianer in the Phoenix Cabinet. Only the Phoenix Cabinet's master's pupils shrank. Her eyes were suddenly filled with caution as she said seriously, "Who are you?" In other words, how did Inu know about Xianer? Su Yu took out a jade box from his robes. Inside the box was a feather emitting a warm energy. It was 5 in the morning. When he was uploading it, his hand trembled. He had deleted the chapter. He had intended to rewrite it until 1:30. But when he went online to check, he realized that he had found a temporary document. Chapter 383. Phoenix Feather. You are. The Phoenix Cabinet's master lost her voice in shock and stared at Su Yu in disbelief. You are that Su from the ancient Xianyin Temple. She had even forgotten Su Yu's name. At that time, Su Yu was only at the level of a holy king. He was not even worthy of her attention. So how could she remember his name? In the past, in the ancient Xianyin Temple, Su Yu had plucked 3 feathers from the fire phoenix to save Xianer. After the incident, the Phoenix Cabinet's master chased after him. However, because she discovered that Xianer had the Phoenix of Death constitution, she did not punish Su Yu. The 3 feathers were proof of Su Yu's identity. Pavilion Master, thank you for your forgiveness in the past, and thank you for taking care of Xian, in the past year. I can't thank you enough. It's really him. The Phoenix Cabinet's master felt as if the world was spinning, as if she was in a dream. The nameless junior from back then was now standing in front of her with the power to shake the world. The contrast between before and after was like a world of difference. After a long while, she finally calmed herself down. So it's you, Inu. I am indeed shocked by you. The two of them recognized each other. Su Yu smiled, his eyes filled with anticipation. Cabinet Master, may I ask if you can allow me to meet Xianer? In the past, Su Yu had been unable to protect Xianer, but now, with Su Yu's fighting prowess, who in the northern continent would dare to provoke him? You are late. However, the Phoenix Cabinet's master sighed. Su Yu became anxious. What happened to her? Where are you? What's the situation? Don't worry. She's fine. I send her away. The Phoenix Cabinet's master hurriedly consoled her. Xianer came to the Phoenix Cabinet for 3 months, and I sent her to a battleship. That is Xianer's final destination. Warship? Su Yu was startled. Didn't you take Xianer away because you fancied her aptitude and wanted to groom her? What do you mean by sending him to a warship? The Phoenix Cabinet's master waved her lily-white hand, and a barrier enveloped the two of them, isolating them from the outside world. I do want to nurture Xian, Unfortunately, although I am the Pavilion Master, I do not have the right to teach her. In my hands, the Phoenix of Death constitution will only delay him. The Phoenix Cabinet's master laughed bitterly. Xian was sent away. It was no wonder that he had never heard of the rumors of the Phoenix of Death constitution, even though he had been in the northern continent for half a year. Where is she? What kind of place is the battleship? Su Yu asked anxiously. Seeing that Su Yu was so anxious, The Phoenix Cabinet's master revealed a gentle expression. She had personally witnessed Suyu reach this stage with great difficulty, and she had a good impression of him. Such a man was rare in the world. The Phoenix Cabinet's master was very pleased with Siener. That adorable and mischievous little girl was truly blessed by heaven and earth. She possessed the phoenix of death physique, and even her marriage made others jealous. That battleship is an ancient battleship that has been around since ancient times in the Jinlong continent. It has experienced the vicissitudes of time, yet it still stands tall and firm. It doesn't belong to a single force. Instead, it's a place where all the secluded experts of the continent gather. They call themselves the Heavenly Law Alliance, and there are many experts in it. In terms of true battle prowess, they can contend with any of the 8 great ancient clans. It's even rumored that they aren't weaker than the Empire of Darkness. However, they never participate in the conflicts of the continent. They live in seclusion and only appear when the continent is in danger. Suyu raised his brows. The continent's crisis? What crisis? The Phoenix Cabinet's master stroked her hair, shaking her head. I don't know either. However, according to ancient records, whenever the continent changes, they will appear. The most recent time was when the Emperor of the Empire of Darkness came out of seclusion and swept across the land, exterminating the North Continent's 2 great ancient clans. In that battle, many people were wiped out, and the North Continent was in turmoil. However, that battle did not harm the North Continent. Do you know why? Sue, you said seriously, could it be the Heavenly Law Alliance that you mentioned? That's right. The Phoenix Cabinet's master nodded. It is the Heavenly Law Alliance. They predicted that the North Continent would face a calamity, so they appeared in the North Continent and took away the geniuses of the unrelated forces. After the calamity, they sent them back. Only then could the devastated forces rise again, providing them with an endless supply of new power. The Phoenix Cabinet rose in that era. The Zhenlong continent had such an ancient force that did not appear. They only have one goal: to pass the ordeal, to leave behind an outstanding bloodline for the continent, to multiply and survive the calamity of the continent. Suyu understood. To think that such a force existed on the continent that protected the continent. There are few people in the North Continent in the Heavenly Law Alliance. Suyu was surprised. Who? North Star Sword Saint Zhao Wuji, Snow-Gazing Taoist Fu Tsongshan, Undead Phoenix Master Qiuning Shui, and Master Craftsman Lin Yunhe. The last time we met, I heard that there was a new fighter, Shintian Manor Master Zidonglai. What? They are here? Suyu was shocked. Senior Lin Yunhe and Senior Zidonglai are also part of the battleship? Zidonglai had disappeared for so long, but he had actually joined the Heavenly Law Alliance. And Lin Yunhe was clearly just a master craftsman of some renown in the 100 Territories Alliance. How could he be part of the Heavenly Law Alliance? The Phoenix Cabinet's master's eyes were filled with respect. That's right. Many of the leaders of the large forces would choose to join the Heavenly Law Alliance after retiring from their positions as faction masters. They would hide from the world and train in peace. There are many experts among them, far more than you and I can imagine. For example, the Undead Phoenix Master, Qiuning Shui, whom I know the most. She was the previous Phoenix Cabinet's master and also my master. Her cultivation level is deep and unfathomable. After so many years, it is even more difficult to guess her cultivation level. She might have broken through the barrier of the mortal realm and reached that godlike realm. Furthermore, my master possesses the bloodline of the undead phoenix. As long as she is breathing, she will not die. A drop of her blood can save any living creature that is about to die. Suyu's eyes were filled with shock. Breaking through to the immortal realm? That was a realm that even the heavens were suppressing. Could the martial artists of the continent break through that barrier? I handed Siener over to my master. Only she has the right to train the bloodline of the Phoenix of Death. Suyu took a deep breath. Only by reaching the level of a heaven master could one understand the unknown truth of the Jinlong continent. It turned out that the world did not only have the Empire of Darkness and the 8 great ancient clans. There was also the Heavenly Law Alliance. Then how should I find the Heavenly Law Alliance? Su Yu could not resist the urge. Even though he knew that Sienna was safe, he still wanted to see her. The master of the Phoenix Cabinet let out a bitter laugh. The Heavenly Law Alliance acts mysteriously. How could I find their tracks? Maybe they are nearby, or maybe they are in the boundless ocean. Unless the Heavenly Law Alliance personally appeared, no one would be able to find them. Su Yu was disappointed, even though he had confirmed that Sienna had not fallen in love with someone else. It was a pity that he could not see her personally. "Don't worry," said the master of the Phoenix Cabinet. "Once Sienna's cultivation is successful, or if the so-called disaster is over, she will definitely come out to see you. You only need to protect yourself." "Thank you." Su Yu shook his head, trying hard to suppress his disappointment. At this moment, a sweet fragrance, accompanied by a holy aura, assaulted him. It was Feng Xian, who had hesitated for a moment, walking to Su Yu's back. "Mr. Inu, I need an explanation." Su Yu acted as if he had not heard her. "By the way, Cabinet Master, can you allow me to rest in the cabinet for a day?" The master of the Phoenix Cabinet agreed. "Of course you can. You have come all the way to the Phoenix Cabinet to spar. We naturally have to treat you well. The injured will be treated to the best of our abilities. The rest of you can rest and recover before leaving." Su Yu was relieved. "Inu, I want an explanation from you." Feng Xian's calm and noble face was slightly stiff. Su Yu ignored her, walking to Zhong Wan's side. "Brother Zhong Wan, the meet has ended. What are your plans?" Zhong Wan's injuries were not severe. At least, Su Yu could sense that Zhong Wan, who had a dense amount of spirit energy, had only lost 30% of his energy. "Of course, I will stay here and rest," Zhong Wan replied with a smile. Su Yu's intuition told him that Zhong Wan was hiding something. At this moment, Feng Xian's voice followed closely behind him. Her tone was a little cold. "I'm asking you a question. You owe me an explanation." Su Yu raised his eyebrows, turning his head. "What explanation do I owe you?" Feng Xian's expression was cold, her expression unfriendly. It did not match her holy aura. "What do you think?" Su Yu was even colder than her. "I do not know what you are talking about." After saying this, he turned to leave. "Stop. Let me ask you something. You misunderstood me as the woman you admired, and you embarrassed me in public. Don't you think that you should say something?" Feng Xian stood there. Although she was furious, she was incomparably pure and holy, as if there was no smoke or fire in her. Su Yu thought for a moment. He had indeed mistaken her for someone else, causing a misunderstanding. He cupped his fists and bowed sincerely. "I misunderstood Feng Xian as the woman I like. I hope Feng Xian will forgive me if I tarnished your reputation." After saying this, Su Yu turned to leave with Zhong Wan and the rest. But a cold scolding came from behind him. "That's it. No sincerity. It is fine if you mistook me for someone else. But how can I face the world if you embarrass me in public?" Su Yu was bewildered. When had he ever embarrassed Feng Xian in public? From start to finish, he had misunderstood Feng Xian as Xianer. He had not been stern in the slightest. Instead, Feng Xian seemed to be stepping on him to earn her reputation. This made Su Yu feel embarrassed. But after thinking about it, Su Yu understood. Feng Xian had thought that Su Yu's feelings for her were sincere. As such, she had rejected him repeatedly, wanting to show it to the world. But, to her surprise, Su Yu's feelings were not for her, but for another woman. Her behavior was laughable and deplorable because of her unrequited love. But that was because she thought highly of herself. What did it have to do with Su Yu? Jiang Mufei laughed. "Sister Fairy, it is a pity that the person Brother Inu likes is not you. Even if you pester him endlessly, you will not change his mind. Hearing this, Feng Xian's face was filled with shame and anger. In Jiang Mufei's eyes, it was Feng Xian who regretted her actions, turning to pester him to woo Yinyu. Suddenly, Feng Xian swept her gaze across the audience. Many of the disciples who had not left were looking at the scene with meaningful gazes. Some were looking at her with disdain, some were gloating, and some were mocking. Whoosh! Chapter 384. After saying this, she pretended to be calm, calmly walking away. What a hypocritical woman! I was worried that Brother Yin you would take a liking to such a woman. Jiang Mufei wrinkled her nose. Suyu smiled. They had not known each other for long, but Jiang Mufei had already called him Brother Yinyu. She looked mischievous, but in reality, she was shrewd and good at building relationships. Before the big battle, Suyu had not displayed his extraordinary abilities, but Jiang Mufei had not been so intimate with him. However, with Zhong Wan's kindness, he did indeed need the assistance of a scheming woman. Brother Zhong Wan, you can leave first, Suyu said. See you later. Zhong Wan smiled warmly, walking away with Jiang Mufei. Suyu smiled as he watched them leave, silently retreating into the shadows of a wasteland. Wah! Suddenly, Suyu's body trembled. He held onto the wasteland, lowering his head and spitting out a mouthful of blood. His face quickly turned from pink to pale. It was as pale as a sheet of paper. There was no color, as if all the blood in his body had been sucked out, leaving nothing behind. Upon closer inspection, one would realize that Suyu's pupils were gradually dimming. That was the prelude to blindness. Inside his body, his 5 viscera and 6 bowels were in turmoil, making thumping sounds. Even his heart was beating rapidly, like the sound of a horse's hooves. It was as if it would leap out of Suyu's chest at any moment. Suyu's eyes gradually became blurry. He was not fainting, but his eyes were gradually losing their sight. He once again spat out a mouthful of unsuppressible blood. My eyes! Suyu waved his hands, realizing that his vision was dark, extremely blurry. He was about to go blind. A shred of bitterness spread from the corner of his mouth. Whoosh! Suddenly, a gust of wind swept him away. When his surroundings stabilized, it was as if he was in a fragrant woman's room. A gentle voice entered his ears. Ah, you finally can't take it anymore? It was the master of the Phoenix Cabinet. This was her bedroom. Suyu wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, laughing bitterly. You saw through it. The master of the Phoenix Cabinet helped Suyu to sit down, her fingertip tapping between Suyu's brows, injecting spirit energy. Her face was filled with admiration. Acting on behalf of the heavens, forcefully using the might of the heavens, how could there not be a price? The greater the power, the greater the price to pay. The power of a martial artist was accumulated over a long period of time, and the price was to cultivate day after day. Suyu had forcibly used the heavenly might, the heavenly divine eyes. Since Suyu did not pay the price of cultivating step by step, he would have to pay the price in other ways. That is the body, injuring 1,000 enemies, injuring oneself 800. To think that you could remain calm and composed, forcefully holding on until now. The Phoenix Cabinet's master reprimanded him slightly. Suyu coughed and coughed out a large amount of dark red blood. He then laughed bitterly and said, If I do not hold on, Cabinet Master, what do you think will happen to a genius who carries 2 middle-grade divine weapons and can kill a heaven master? The Phoenix Cabinet's master was silent. The consequences were even more serious than being heavily injured. He sighed and secretly checked his injuries. After a while, his face turned solemn. You have a strong body, so you must have cultivated your body before. So, although your internal injuries look serious, they are not fatal. But your eyes... The Phoenix Cabinet's master's expression was ugly. She looked at Suyu, whose eyes had lost their focus. She felt as if her chest was blocked by something, and she could not speak. Suyu's eyes had been destroyed. The price of using the eye of heaven was blindness in both eyes. Suyu had used his own eyes to replace the heavenly eyes, forcefully using the heavenly wrath. His eyes had been affected by the heavenly wrath and were severely injured. He could live in darkness for the rest of his life, becoming blind from then on. Losing his vision meant that he would lose more than 80% of his abilities. If the Phoenix meet were to repeat itself, Suyu might not even be able to defeat Luli. The Phoenix Cabinet's master felt a wave of sadness. He had passed the life and death chamber with great difficulty, but in the end he had become blind. His title as a mythical king was, after all, just a flash in the pan. "You are blind, right?" Suyu smiled. His smile was indifferent, but the Phoenix Cabinet's master could see the bitterness, loss, and hesitation in his smile. How could a blind person fight against the world? How could he survive in the chaotic world? How could he protect Siener? The darkness before him that could not be dispelled would accompany Suyu for the rest of his life. "I will inform the Empire of Darkness and get Palace Masterling to personally receive you." The Phoenix Cabinet's master felt uncomfortable and took the initiative to leave. Fate was too unfair to Suyu. Suyu sat quietly in the darkness alone. Both his eyes were blind. The time and space abilities that he had used with his eyes had all been destroyed, not to mention the divine heavenly eyes. Was he going to be blind for the rest of his life? Would it be difficult for him to see Siener's face in this lifetime? A shred of bitterness welled up deep within his soul. Suddenly, a dot of light appeared in Suyu's dark vision. Like a sesame seed, it existed in Suyu's world of darkness. This is, his eyes are going to recover. Suyu was surprised. After a moment, the sesame seed-sized weak light gradually expanded, becoming the size of a broad bean. Through the broad bean-sized light, Suyu could see the world again. But what was strange was that what appeared in front of Suyu's eyes was not his original view of the world. Instead, it was a three-dimensional world. Take the scenery in the room as an example. The table in front of him. Suyu could not only see the surface of the table. He could actually see the inside of the table. The structure and interior of the table could be seen clearly. On the jade box on the dressing table, Suyu's vision could see the neatly arranged rouge, hairpins, combs, and other items. In the tightly shut wardrobe in front of the bed, Suyu could also easily see through it, the various colored dresses and clothing of the Phoenix Cabinet's master, even the most private items, could be seen easily by Suyu. The whole room, in Suyu's eyes, seemed to have become a three-dimensional world. Every corner of it could be seen clearly. As the light covered his eyeballs, he regained his vision. The effect was even more obvious. He had become an X-ray eye. However, upon closer inspection, Suyu realized that both of his eyes were already blind, and they were severely damaged. But what was with the X-ray eye in front of him? With a thought, Suyu looked into his soul. The divine Nine-Dragon Cauldron and the palm print were still quietly within his soul. But the divine Nine-Dragon Cauldron had changed. Beside the purple and red dragons that had turned into crystals, a 3-inch white dragon had crystallized. The third dragon had crystallized. Suyu was shocked. The divine Nine-Dragon Cauldron had been silent for so long. To think that a third crystallized dragon had appeared without warning. When did it happen? Suddenly, a thought flashed past Suyu's mind. The divine Nine-Dragon Cauldron would only react when his soul was in turmoil. The purple and red dragons were the same. Just now, Suyu had defied the heavens and forcefully formed the heavenly eyes. At that time, Suyu's soul had been in turmoil. But Suyu had been facing the suppression of the heavens and had not noticed the changes in the divine Nine-Dragon Cauldron. The purple dragon represented time, while the red dragon represented space. Then the white dragon represented the soul. The soul eyes, also known as the mind's eye, appeared in Suyu's mind. It uses the soul to see the world and see through the essence of the world. thinking back to the time when he had used soul ripples to detect if there was something strange within an object. Suyu immediately understood. The soul eyes use the soul to see through all things and see through the essence of all things. It was similar to the soul ripples. The vision of the soul eyes was three-dimensional, completely different from normal vision. But being able to clearly identify objects did not affect the battle. Suyu's disappointed heart could not help but feel relieved. Although time, space, and the heavenly eyes had been sealed due to his eyes being destroyed. But obtaining the soul eyes made up for it to a certain extent. Clatter, clatter. The Phoenix Cabinet's master returned. I have already informed the Empire of Darkness to come to your aid. Rest in my room. No one will harm you. Suyu was grateful, turning his head to look. Thank you, Cabinet Master. His words stopped abruptly, as if his body had been struck by lightning. As he looked over, the Phoenix Cabinet's master gradually changed in his vision. First, the outermost layer of clothing could be seen through, followed by her undergarments. Finally, her entire body, from the inside out, could be seen clearly. The Phoenix Cabinet's master was naked, appearing before him. Caught off guard, the scene was imprinted in Suyu's mind, causing him to adjust his vision, choosing to see through her and avoid her gaze. Looking at the Phoenix Cabinet's master again, he could only see her three-dimensional form, no longer able to see through her. But at that moment, the Phoenix Cabinet's master glared at Suyu suspiciously. She raised her right arm to protect her chest, her eyes narrowing as she stared at Suyu. For a moment, she had the illusion that Suyu had seen through her body. But after confirming that Suyu's eyes were still blind, she muttered to herself, "Am I too suspicious?" Thinking for a moment, she shook her head and lowered her arm, gently comforting him. "I believe Palace Masterling will think of a way to heal your eyes." Suyu hoped that would be the case. If he could reopen his eyes and use the heavenly eyes, he could go anywhere in the world. The might of the heavenly eyes was no weaker than the destructive might of the ancient pagoda. Killing Shin Kong was like using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. Its power had already surpassed the level of a mortal realm. If he could reopen it, there would be no one on the continent who could block it. Calming himself, Suyu stood up and bowed sincerely. "Thank you for your love for me and Siener. I will definitely repay this favor." The Phoenix Cabinet's master smiled. "No need for formalities. Recuperating is more important. With your injuries, you will not be able to fight for 10 days. Suyu looked at the Phoenix Cabinet's master, truly grateful. Suddenly, Suyu remembered something and said seriously, "Cabinet Master, may I ask you something? Are you familiar with the Onus City Master?" "The Onus City Master?" The Phoenix Cabinet's master shook her head, creasing her brows. "I have never seen him. Why do you ask?" Suyu's pupils dilated. "That means you did not let him enter the Phoenix Cabinet?" Chapter 385. There is an array within the Phoenix Cabinet. If an outsider were to barge in, he would definitely be detected by the disciples in charge of monitoring their ray. Suyu's expression changed at once. "Cabinet Master, it is absolutely true. The Onus City Master is in your Phoenix Cabinet. Pavilion Master, please summon the disciples in charge of supervising the formation. There must be something wrong with him." The Phoenix Cabinet's master was extremely bewildered. In other words, the disciples in the cabinet had betrayed them and allowed outsiders to enter. Furthermore, it was an uninvited guest at the level of a heaven master like the Onus City Master. Inu had no reason to lie to her. He would rather believe it than not. Mu Tianfang, capture the supervising disciple. Li Weiguang, come and see me. As she passed down the order, she quickly went to the main palace of the Phoenix Cabinet. The situation was serious, and she had no choice but to face it seriously. Suyu also felt that the matter was troublesome. Coupled with the fact that he had a grudge against the Onus City Master, Suyu did not care about her advice and followed her. Under the command of the Cabinet Master, The 10 great Phoenix women of the Phoenix Cabinet and the core disciples were all present. In the blink of an eye, the main hall was full. The atmosphere was solemn and tense. Everyone did not understand why the pavilion master had mobilized so many people. After waiting for a while, a pair of patrol envoys came in aggressively. Mu Tianfang was in the lead, holding down a panic-stricken female disciple. He was about 20 years old. His gaze was evasive as he faced the Phoenix Cabinet's master. His entire body was trembling. Su Yu was confused. This person respected the Phoenix Cabinet's master so much. Where did he get the guts to go behind her back and allow an unknown strong martial artist to enter? On U.S. City Master, did you let him in? The Phoenix Cabinet's master looked down from above, her expression indifferent. Putong! Li Weiguang's knees buckled, and he fell to his knees. His face was deathly pale, and he was sweating profusely. Spare me, Pavilion Master! It was true. The Phoenix Cabinet's master's heart suddenly sank. A sense of foreboding welled up in his heart. I've always treated you well. Why are you doing this? Li Weiguang gritted her teeth as if she was struggling in her heart. After a long time, she made up her mind and raised her head, saying, Pavilion Master, I was forced by someone. I've been poisoned. If I don't listen to orders, I'll die immediately. There was a mastermind behind this. Who is it? The Phoenix Cabinet's master slammed the table and stood up. She was filled with rage. Li Weiguang opened his mouth, but he only had time to utter a syllable before his body exploded like a balloon. Flesh and blood sprayed all over the place. The poison in his body had been detonated. Who did it? At that moment, a light laugh came from the top of the Phoenix Cabinet. The people I despise the most are traitors. I was impatient and helped you clean up your house. I hope Cabinet Master can forgive me. Shua! The figure of the Phoenix Cabinet's master was like an illusion, flickering outside the palace. Su Yu, who was seriously injured, followed the crowd. A middle-aged man with a sneer on his face was floating in the void. The On-U.S. City Lord. How could Su Yu forget the 2 clan master who wanted to kill him? On-U.S. City Master, you came uninvited and violated the Phoenix Cabinet. If you do not give us an explanation, don't even think of leaving. The Phoenix Cabinet's master's black hair fluttered in the wind. Her gentle gaze was exceptionally fierce. The On-U.S. City Master kept both of his hands in his sleeves, looking calm and unruffled. With a mocking look on his face, he said, I am here because I heard that the female disciples of the Phoenix Cabinet have outstanding talents and looks. The Cabinet Master herself is also a peerless beauty. Hence, I have specially come to marry all of you and help my 2 clan reproduce. The 2 clan was almost annihilated in the beast tide. Apart from the On-U.S. City Master, there were only a few clan members left. To him, reproducing the next generation was a top priority. But there was another reason for humiliating others in public. Su Yu looked in all directions, his soul eyes seeing through everything. Within a 1,000-mile radius, Su Yu's eyes could see through everything, including the mountains, the houses, the giant rocks, and everything else. There was no blind spot that could hide from Su Yu's eyes. Suddenly, Su Yu's pupils dilated. 500 miles away, within the primordial forest, there was a large group of people hidden. Their numbers were as high as 20,000. Furthermore, there were 2 Heaven Master level fighters. Su Yu recognized one of them, Han Jianglin. It was him. After which, Su Yu recognized many of the powerhouses of the 100 Territories Alliance. The Lin family, the Feng family, the Zheng family, and even Ouyang Long and Ouyang Yusen were among them. As for the other Heaven Master, Su Yu was extremely unfamiliar with him. He had a head full of white hair, like falling snowflakes. His gaze was ice cold, and a 3-zhang radius around him was surrounded by a cold energy. Among the Heaven Masters of the Northern Continent, there was only one person with white hair and ice. the master of the Snow Listening Tower. The 10,000 troops behind him were all disciples of Snow's lament. They were hiding in the forest, training their troops and staring at the Phoenix Cabinet. Suddenly, the Snow Listening Tower master's gaze turned sharp, looking in Su Yu's direction. Sensing the change in the Snow Listening Tower master's aura, Han Jianglin asked, "What is it, Snow Listening Tower master?" The Snow Listening Tower master squinted, his voice cold. "Just now there seemed to be a probing gaze. We might have been exposed." Han Jianglin squinted. "Looks like we can only move forward." "We will rush over first," Han Jianglin ordered. "All of you, head to the Phoenix Cabinet. Kill anyone who dares to stop us." Immediately, he flew over with the Snow Listening Tower master. At the Phoenix Cabinet, Su Yu's expression changed. "Cabinet master, don't waste your breath with him. He is trying to buy time. Han Jianglin and the Snow Listening Tower master have already rushed over, and there are 20,000 troops behind them. They want to destroy the Phoenix Cabinet." "What? Han Jianglin and the Snow Listening Tower master?" The Phoenix Cabinet master's expression changed, immediately ordering, "Disciples of the Phoenix Cabinet, listen up. Prepare for battle." Too sudden. The battle had come too suddenly. The disciples were panicking, but they still managed to remain calm. They gathered together to guard the Phoenix Cabinet, waiting solemnly. The Phoenix Cabinet master herself released a fierce aura. "I'll kill you first, On U.S. City Master." The On U.S. City Master's expression turned rigid, shooting furiously at the person who spoke. Looking over, he realized it was Inu, but Inu, who had massacred the Tu clan and killed his son, was right in front of him. "It's you, you son of a bitch." The On U.S. City Master was furious, his eyes spitting flames of hatred. First, there was the On U.S. City Master, who had killed countless of his clan members. Now he had ruined his plans again. "I'll kill you." The On U.S. City Master roared, charging toward Su Yu with bloodshot eyes. Thump, however, a bright sun that radiated flames attacked and forced the On U.S. City Master to retreat. The Phoenix Cabinet Master was holding a ring-shaped divine artifact, protecting Su Yu behind her. The ring-shaped divine artifact was the divine artifact of the Phoenix Cabinet, the Great Sun Flaming Phoenix Wheel. Combined with the Phoenix Cabinet Master's Fire Phoenix body, its power increased explosively. "Phoenix ladies, listen up," the Phoenix Cabinet Master said. "Follow me to kill this bastard. All of you act according to the situation." The Phoenix Cabinet Master held the Great Sun Flaming Phoenix Wheel, attacking with a flash. A battle between Heaven Masters happened in an instant. Normal disciples could only feel the terrifying power, but could not see the battle clearly. Rumble, bang, slap. In the sky, the two of them turned into afterimages, exchanging blows. After 10 moves, pooh! A figure was sent flying, spitting blood. It was the On U.S. City Master. His chest was charred, his flesh a bloody mess. You are about to break through to Immortal Realm Level 5 Upper Tier. Enter the level of Human King. Human King Immortal Realm Level 5 Upper Tier was above all Immortal Realm Level 5 lower tiers. There was a huge difference between the two. One was a Human King, the other a Heaven Master. "You know too late." The Phoenix Cabinet Master was filled with killing intent, turning into an afterimage as she chased after him. The 10 great Phoenix ladies also took the opportunity to attack. The On U.S. City Master was shocked. The information was wrong. The Phoenix Cabinet Master's abilities were far beyond his expectations. Blood Moon Pill. Explode. The On U.S. City Master roared, tossing out a blood-red ball. It's the self-destruction of a divine artifact. Danger. Retreat quickly. The Phoenix Cabinet Master's expression changed. But it was too late. The blood-red ball exploded in the sky, unleashing an attack no weaker than a Heaven Master's. The Phoenix Cabinet Master was unharmed, but the 10 great Phoenix ladies were affected. They were sent flying, spitting blood, their injuries severe. Only Feng Xian and Yu Ling had blood flowing from the corners of their mouths, their injuries light. Taking the opportunity, the Anua City Master broke through the seal, turning to escape. The Phoenix Cabinet Master chased after him, but two terrifying auras descended, affecting the power of heaven and earth. One was sanctimonious, the other as cold as frost. The North Continent's 3 superforces and 2 heaven masters had arrived together. The Phoenix Cabinet Master stopped in her tracks, her expression grave. Are you trying to cause chaos in the North Continent? Fighting without a declaration will be seen as a sneak attack. Don't you find this shameful? The 3 continents had always maintained a balance. Who would have thought that the strongest, the Snow Listening Tower, would join forces with the 100 Territories Alliance? Han Jianglin let out a cold grunt. You are the one who is stubborn, refusing to form the North Continent's alliance and obstructing the unification of the North Continent. You are the sinner of the continent. Flattening the Phoenix Cabinet is the trend of the world. The North Continent's alliance was an alliance of 3 superforces, forming a new dominant force to dominate the North Continent. The Phoenix Cabinet Master scolded. Nonsense! You are trying to destroy the Empire's sub-palace. Why would the Phoenix Cabinet participate in such a futile attempt? Suyu was shocked. The North Continent's alliance wanted to destroy the Empire of Darkness's sub-palace? He suddenly remembered that Han Jianglin had gathered all the forces and families of the Alliance City for a private talk. After Ouyang Long had been talked to, the wooden him showed extreme unease, his expression unusually ugly. Could Han Jianglin have been gathering the forces of the 100 Territories Alliance in preparation for this day? There is no use in saying anything else. The Phoenix Cabinet will be eliminated today. The Snow Listening Tower Master was extremely cold, his icy eyes sweeping the area below. Attack! Han Jianglin let out a low grunt. He, the Snow Listening Tower Master, and the injured Anua City Master attacked together, with 3 Heaven Masters suppressing one. One could imagine what the outcome would be like. The fight lasted no more than 3 breaths. Pooh! A beautiful figure fell from the clouds, blood splattering everywhere. There was an ice sword piercing through her abdomen. Cabinet Master! The disciples in the cabinet exclaimed, their anger burning. Feng Xian and Yu Ling charged into the sky, catching the Phoenix Cabinet Master. Only then did they realize that the Phoenix Cabinet Master's injuries were extremely severe, especially the ice sword in her abdomen. It was almost fatal. Enduring the pain all over her body, the Phoenix Cabinet Master's eyes were filled with grief and anger. Was the Phoenix Cabinet going to be destroyed today? Up in the clouds, Han Jianglin and the other 2 were filled with killing intent, taking the opportunity to attack. Kill! Clenching her teeth, the great sun flaming phoenix wheel in the Phoenix Cabinet Master's palm turned into a blazing sun, spinning as it charged toward the sky. 9 suns burning heaven. Crash! The flaming phoenix wheel exploded on the spot, turning into 9 flames of the same size, like 9 suns.